on the trial run sheets. Running 13th, we will have Brianna Blyzik with Dash. She'll be running after David Badley and Hannah and before Leonard Marrow with Gus. All right, we made another announcement or adjustment to go by the score sheet. So order from 12 through 16 is going to be David Badley with Hannah, Brianna Blyzik with Dash, Leonard Morrow with Gus, Lily Calkins with Pooh, and then Justin Ernest with Goose. If you have any questions on that, please make sure to clarify beforehand. There are a few small adjustments from the sheets you were given. Those are the fact that Brianna Blyzik is now 13th, and then Lily Calkins and Leonard Morrow are switched. If you have questions, again, please come ask. We're ready to get started. So Brooklyn, Madden, and Laser, if you're ready, please make your way into the arena. That was Brooklyn Madden with Laser for full points of 210 and a time of 3:07. Up next, we have Leland Obermiller with Laney. On deck, we have Dan Seibert with TJ. And in the hole, we have Jacob Graham with Grizz. That was Leland Obermiller with Laney for total points of 210 and a time of 3:59. Up next, we have Dan Sebert with TJ. On deck, we have Jacob Graham with Grizz. And in the hole, we have Sierra Holt with Gracie.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the National Western Stock Show Cattle Dog Trial. This is the intermediate class. We're a little late getting me here anyway today. And so this is actually the third run. This is Dan Sebert and his dog TJ. We've had 2 complete runs preceding this. The intermediate class is getting stronger. Course today is simplest terms, just roughly a reverse of yesterday's course. They have to fetch the cattle from the set out to a line between the bucket and the obstacle just off to the side of it. Then they come between the 2 barrels over there. That's what timeline is taken. And then when they come out towards us here, that's a score. Then through we'll call this a box obstacle, around the barrel, through the weave, and into the final obstacle. The final obstacle today for them is 2 obstacles. They have to get them in, all of them in, and then they have to turn them around and push them back out. So a little more interesting. Cattle sure seem comfortable going through that weave. The next class up is the open final, actually. And that will be the 20 top placing dogs from the 2 runs on Saturday and Sunday. We're going to toughen up the course a bit. Dan's having a little trouble getting them loaded over there. It's kind of cold this morning in Denver. It's about, I think it was 19 degrees. And unfortunately, although the sun is shining, it's not shining on us over here. We're in the shadow of the event center. Now Dan can go anywhere he wants now except into obstacles. Once they complete the weave over there, the handlers are allowed to go help their dog to load this obstacle and to make sure. Now he's going to have a problem here. Now see, once that one comes out, he's got to be reloaded, and he's got to be reloaded on the other side. Not 100% sure what Dan's doing right now. Oh, there, now he goes. Bring that red one back with the other two. See if you can't gently wind them around and push them in. Dog's a little over flanking there. I think this is TJ's first trial. Dan actually helped us break cattle some. There, he's got him in. Let's get TJ a little more interested in moving. Easy, TJ. And there he goes. Another full score run.
That was Dan Seibert with TJ for a score of 210 and a time of 6:01. Up next, we have Jacob Graham with Grizz. On deck, we have Sierra Holt with Gracie. And in the hole, we have Eric Ruple with Chisum.
All right, coming into the ring now is Jacob Graham with his dog Grizz. Here come his cattle. There goes Grizz. Again, they have to take them between the final obstacle and that barrel. And he did it. Now they've got to turn them into the handler box. There's the timeline they just crossed, but there's no score there. And now when they push them out of the handler's box coming this way, they will get their next score. It's got two of them out. There comes the third one. Now he's got to drive them through this box obstacle. And that'll be another 30 points. 10, 20, 30. Now he's got to take them around the barrel. They must come in on a line between the barrel and this side of the arena. Now that calf just went back through the obstacle. Because it had already completed the obstacle, that doesn't matter. In cattle dog trialing, once the obstacles are completed, they're effectively invisible to the cattle. Doesn't matter whether they go through them or around them or what they do. People still can't, the handler still isn't allowed to walk into an obstacle. But the cattle can. Oops. He does it, Grizz. He's got one through. Now there go the other two. He's got his score on the barrel. Uh-oh, those two missed the weave. The weave has been sort of a big draw for the cattle in this trial. And again, we don't have much option about where we put the weave. That the panels coming out from that alley are actually holding the alley up. This is not, this is concrete and brick underneath this. Chopped up trees that we're using for the foundation for the course for the arena. So we can't drive posts. So in order to support that, we have to have panels coming into the arena, and we utilize those to set up a weave obstacle of some sort. So now he's free to go. And got one that's a little, they're all going to be, I would imagine, heavier and heavier to the exhaust, since that's how they get out. And they've all been there at least a couple times. Got them calmed down nicely though. Let's see if they'll turn. Let's see that opening. Don't think they've seen it yet. There we go. He's got him in. Nice to bring his dog around and push him back out. And bravo, we have another full score. Jacob Graham and his dog Grizz.
That was Jacob Graham with Grizz for a score of 210 and a time of 4:45. Up next, we have Sierra Holt with Gracie. On deck, we have Eric Ruple with Chisum. And in the hole, we have Travis Balch with Slim.
Okay, here we are with Sierra Holt and her dog Gracie. Um, they're they've come into the through the between the barrel and the obstacle into the handler's box. You notice some of them went through the obstacle. This obstacle they're approaching now, again, that doesn't matter when it's not the obstacle in play. Oops, slightly overflanked her dog. Dog's a little over anxious maybe right now. Be nice if it slowed down just a bit. But some of these are young dogs, and all of these are relatively inexperienced handlers. So it can be a challenge. Fortunately, Gracie has upset this calf, I think, and the calf is not interested in playing. These guys can't. This is not under their control, apparently. This is control in there. Do me a favor, let me know if it isn't fixed in the next 15 minutes. Call somebody else. I'm hoping all the ones hearing me are seeing the live feed of this. We're having a problem getting the live feed inside the building here. Ooh. Now again, the dog just went in there backwards is fine, but she's got to get it cleared out, which I think it probably is.
That was Sierra Holt with Gracie for a score of 60 and a time of 7 minutes. Up next, we have Eric Ruple with Chisum. On deck, we have Travis Balch with Slim. And in the hole, we have Daren Arens with Finch.
Okay, moving along now, we've got Eric Ruple and his dog Chisum waiting for the cattle who are coming trotting down the alley. Probably not his favorite thing to see, but maybe they'll settle down nicely when they get out. Okay, cattle are ready. Eric and Chisum are out. He's calling for the cattle. They'll walk them gently out the end of the alley. And here comes Chisum. Time in these trials starts either when the handler sends his dog or when the gate at the set-out alley closes. That's monitored from the judging stand. Our judge today is Dottie Packard, assisted by, I think, an intern and a volunteer today. The volunteers at the National Western are absolutely amazing. The amount of help we get doing this really makes it possible. We have them, those two on the stand. We also have a number, the set-out gate, the exhaust gate. I think there's 2 or 3 other volunteers actually in the pens getting the groups ready to send. It's just a wonderful set of volunteers. And I think we're really lucky that they seem to enjoy working down here, even though it's cold today. Whew. It's got them settled down nicely now. There they go through the obstacle. Putting together a pretty nice run. What's got to do is load them. Challenge here, the handler's free to go and help. They have to be a little bit careful that they don't get so far down there that the cattle can get through the obstacle before he gets back. Now he has a problem. Now he has to take everything out of the obstacle since that one entered the wrong way, and then reload. They're out. He's pretty confident that they're not going to go fast enough through there that he can't catch them.
I'm getting it. Yeah. You want coffee too? No, I'm getting it. Okay. Happy breakfast burrito?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Now, at this point, they've got them a little stirred up. It's going to be challenging to get them pinned. So Eric's all the way out the field, trying to help his dog settle these down. He's allowed now to go anywhere except through obstacles. So he can help in any way he thinks is best to help his dog get it done. Cattle are just not settled right now. This next class up today is our open finals, the top 20 dogs.
Kind of tough to me like that. Snickers, Smoky one. Hershey's, Snickers. Okay.
Thank you.
Sugar too or no? A little bit?
No, sir. No sugar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Here we go. After all that work, he got him in, and he was right. They're not going fast at all. The dog's going to be able to walk up and push him out right away. There we go. Full score for Eric, Ruple, and his dog Chisum.
That was Eric Ruple with Chisum for a time of 5:42 and a score of 2:10. Up next, we have Travis Balch with Slim. On deck, we have Daren Arens with Finch. And in the hole, we have Pete Danko with Ada.
Okay, cattle are in the alley. We're waiting for Travis Balch and his dog Sim. Slim, excuse me. There's Travis, there's Slim. Called for the cattle. All right, did the first one fast, did the timeline fast. I got to bring him up here and score on the handler box. Travis is helping him out. Scored on the handler box. There they go through this box obstacle. Oops, he missed one around the barrel. He's Got to bring him back. There, they're daylighted now. Now he's. Yeah, almost screwed that one up, but he fixed it. Now, some of these have just been running for the weave over there. These look like they're going to cooperate really nicely and go right in. There's got him in. And one that was hesitating there in the opening had to be brought farther forward. Again, the scoring is all done on the tails of the cows. So if it's got its head in the obstacle, but its tail out of the obstacle, it's not in. Pretty nice run there by Travis and Slim.
We have a new time lead with Travis, Balch, and Slim for a time of 2:39 and a score of 2:10. Up next, we have Daren Arens with Finch. On deck, we have Pete Danko with Ada. And in the hole, we have Sue Grim with Ike.
Got Darian Arens and her dog Finch. Finch is off and working. They're headed in the right direction. She's through the first obstacle and past the timeline into the handler box. That was fast. Travis has set the bar pretty high, though, with his last run. Do you have hand warmers?
They're
How many do you have?
There's two.
Oh, but you need them more than I.
I have one.
Yeah, but you need two hands. You should keep using
I
it.
can only use one at a time.
My left hand, the one I write with, is getting cold. How long do they last?
They're battery powered, so
Oh, so it's pretty long.
if you just hold it down, the
What did you hold
red
down the
light
center
will-
thing?
Sorry?
Push that?
Yeah, just hold it down and then the red light will come on.
Sorry about that. I was getting a hand warmer. It is cold. Well, Daren and Finch are having a bit of an issue getting these guys to do what they want them to do. She's decided to go help her dog. In the intermediate class, the points scored are the same as in all the other classes. That is 10 points per head per cow or per calf. However, the intermediates are allowed to go with their dogs if necessary, in which case they earn only half points. But sometimes, given that the intermediate class is on Hope's largely a learning class, it probably is a good idea to not let the dog fail constantly, but rather to go help him. Okay, I can't make it work. Show me how it works.
Sir?
I can't make it. I have it. So what this ability of the letting the handler go with the dog actually accomplishes is it basically turns this into
That is time.
a training session. And now that Daren and Finch have run out of time.
That was Darian Arwins with Finch for a score of 90 and a time of 7 minutes. Up next, we have Pete Danko with Ada. On deck, we have Sue Grim with Ike. And in the hole, we have Trevor Kaser with April.
Got Pete Danko and Ada here. He's just sent Ada. Cattle are headed in the right direction. He's basically letting them go in the right direction. There, they've scored on the first obstacle, scored as they go into the handler box. He's got to work them out of the handler box and through this, what we'll call a box obstacle. So he's gotten them out of the handler box. He's now trying to get him to see the, what we're calling the box obstacle. There they go. Full score on the box. Sometimes that heel bite helps move them, and sometimes it upsets them. See how, well, they look like they're settling back down pretty well. Pretty forgiving. Ooh. Dog went the wrong way. Some of these groups appear to be fairly hard to handle. With these less experienced dogs, sometimes it's actually the dog trying to work them too close or too aggressively and gets the cattle stirred up. Once they're stirred up a lot, it's a real challenge to get them to settle back down in the short time period that you have in a dog trial. They're not wanting to come up into this corner, which they sort of have to do to go around that barrel. It's interesting. We started out with a string of perfect scores that looked fairly easy, and now we're into a situation where we've got some dogs who are really struggling. And they've got these cattle stirred up a bit more than he would like, I'm sure. He's at least got him headed the right way. Dog's good. This dog must be a fairly young dog and certainly inexperienced dog, because she keeps wanting to do what's very natural for a border collie, that is to gather the stock and to bring them back. So when she gets too far away from her handler, from Pete, she tends to want to go in front of the cattle and bring them back. And that's a very natural thing for a border collie, but not a very good thing for a dog trial. So, and sometimes one of the last things that handlers will train their dog to do is to drive away. Because when she gets, what's happening is she gets a little far away from Pete and she stops taking commands well and does what to her comes naturally, which is gathering the cattle.
That is time.
And Pete and Ada have run out of time.
That was Pete Danko with Ada for a score of 90 in a time of 7 minutes. Up next, we have Sue Grim with Ike. On deck, we have Trevor Kaser with April. And in the hole, we have David Badley with Hannah.
Okay, this is Sue Grim with her dog Ike. I know Ike well. He spent some time with us. Apparently had a injury unbeknownst to anyone that kept him from working at his peak, and the veterinarian discovered and fixed it. And Ike has come a long way. Ike is a fast and strong dog. There we go. Scored on the First obstacle's got her timeline. Ike is a handful to control, and sometimes dogs like Ike can very easily get the cattle stirred up. He's doing a pretty good job right now. Oh, that's too bad. That's just a bad break. There we go. Oops, Ike just got flipped. One of Ike's weaknesses is he has an occasional tendency to want to bite and hang on, which is sort of a no-no in our operation anyway. It's interesting that at least some of these cattle seem to be looking for obstacles. They're a long way from where she wants them, though. She's got to get them back to the barrel. They've got to get out on this side of the barrel. And they're not quite out. No, I don't think they're out. No, the judge just told her that she's not clear, which means they have to go, the cattle have to come back to her. And Ike took a wrong command for a while. Now come by. Ooh. This barrel has proved more difficult to some of these recent dogs, more difficult than we thought it would be. You can see the sun starting to come across the arena. Those of us on this side in the shade certainly wish it would come faster. Well, they just called Ike off for being a little too aggressive. Sue and Ike had a perfect score yesterday.
Yeah, you just need to go between the barrel and this one. Yeah, there's an entry and exit, only scores once. So. Okay, so you go in this side, out that side. Yep. You do okay? Go back to the weeds that were in here, they came from out this side. No. Put them in, take them back out.
That was Sue Grim with Ike. Up next, we have Trevor Kaser with April. On deck, we have David Badley with Hannah. And in the hole, we have Brianna Blyzik with dash. Again, after Brianna, we will have Leonard Marrow and then Lily Calkins. Just to make that clarification again, that is different from the sheets you were given in the handler's trial, in the handler's meeting. That was Trevor Kaser with April, first time of 5:36 and a score of 2:10. Up next, we have David Badley with Hannah. On deck, we have Brianna Blyzik with Dash. And in the hole, we have Leonard Marrow with Gus. That was David Badley with Hannah for a time of 7 minutes and a score of 50. Up next, we have Brianna Blyzik with Dash. On deck, we have Leonard Marrow with Gus. And in the hole, we have Lily Calkins with Pooh. That was Brianna Blizik with Dash for a time of 4:18 and a score of 2:10. Up next, we have Leonard Marrow with Gus. On deck, we have Lily Calkins with Pooh. And in the hole, we have Justin Ernest with Goose. That was Leonard Marrow with Gus for a time of 3:47 and a score of 2:10. Up next, we have Lily Calkins with Pooh. On deck, we have Justin Ernest with Goose. And in the hole, we have Brittany Mazer with Renegade. That is time. That was Lily Calkins with Pooh for a time of 7 minutes and a score of 150. Up next, we have Justin Ernest with Goose. On deck, we have Brittany Mazer with Renegade. And in the hole, we have Catherine Hadley with Nessie.
All right, been trying to deal with a bit of a problem that I haven't been able to solve. Anyway, I apologize, but we're back. Justin Ernest is running Goose, and the sun still is not shining on the stand here. Goose is having a little trouble keeping these calves together. He's decided to go help his dog, which I think is probably a really good idea.
That was Justin Ernest with Goose for a time of 7 minutes and a score of 60. Up next, we have Brittany Mazer with Renegade. On deck, we have Catherine Hadley with Nessie. And in the hole, we have Janine Jones with Y.
Well, here we have Brittany Mazer with her dog Renegade, who I believe is a Rottweiler and not the kind of dog you frequently see in the cattle dog trial. In fact, I've only ever seen one once before. It's my impression that the dogs certainly have all the power that it takes to do this. They don't have much speed, or they don't show much speed as a general rule when they're working. We'll see. Maybe Renegade will surprise me today. There goes Renegade. Strolling out. Cattle are certainly curious. They haven't seen a dog like this before. They're moving off the dog nicely and under control. She's got the first obstacle. She's into the handler's box with him. Now she's got to get him to come out this side. Whoops. She's got to bring him back now. Oop, there's Renegade running. Well, he clearly can run. It appears he's probably slightly more effective if he's going slowly. Otherwise, the cattle get out of control. So again, after this class, which only has 1, 2, 3, 4 more after Brittany, we'll go to take a short break because we have to do some course rearranging, and then we will go to the open finals, top 20 dogs from the previous 2 days. It's a clean slate final, so the winner of that run will be the 2025 National Western Stock Show Cattle Dog Champion. Now she's got him back in the box where she wants him. Easy, Renegade. Away. Renegade's got him around the barrel. I don't know why sending him away. I don't know. And in they go into the weave. Ooh. Renegade is almost as big as the cattle. So I can see how he might upset him when he starts moving pretty fast.
That is time.
So, Justin and, I'm sorry, Brittany and Renegade are out of time.
140. That was Brittany Mazer with Renegade for a time of 7 minutes and a score of 140. Up next, we have Catherine Hadley with Nessie. On deck, we have Janine Jones with Y. And in the hole, we have Michael Mayer with Scout.
Okay, in the arena now we have Catherine Hadley and her dog Nessie. Nessie's got him headed right where she wants him. Slight overflank maybe there, slowed him down a bit. And they're into the handler box. Went in the wrong way again. All it has to do is clear out, and it has. So she's ready to put them back in there. Okay, whoop. I don't know what she's planning. Guess she's going ahead. Got the barrel. She's giving her an away command, and the dog's wanting to come by. There, the dog's being told to come by, and it should be coming by. Okay, she's headed back toward the Y, or toward the weave, excuse me. And she's got the first calf in. Let's hope the other ones just happily follow. Well, so far, nothing good is happening. So you got 3 groups of 1.
And he was never but about that high off the ground. He weighed 65 pounds. All leg, big head, big. I mean, his head fit his body, but a big blocky head, ton of leg, nice body. I mean,
Okay, she's got him back up here on the back fence so she can work him across to the weave. This is a situation where the dogs have just been a little bit too aggressive, too close, splitting them up, making them act like individuals, and they're certainly happy to do it. Now she's got him back and a little settled. There goes one through again. Ooh, away. She's got 2 and 3. Good for her. Guess most would argue a little bit of luck there. She's got 1 still in the weave. Now the dog's understanding what she wants. And there we get the last one out of the weave. Now she's ready to, she can leave the handler's box, and she's ready to leave and help get him into the I don't know why she's going where she's going, but most of the handlers have gone to the other side of the obstacle.
That is time.
Time for, this was Catherine and Nessie.
That was Catherine Hadley with Nessie for a score of 140 and a time of 7 minutes. Up next, we have Janine Jones with Y. I have to go get those. On deck, we have Michael Mayer with Scout. And to round out our intermediate run, we have Mickey Spence with Flo.
This is Janine Jones with her dog Y. And Y is not W-H-Y, it's just a letter Y. I don't have any idea how that name came about or why that name came about, but it is the name. And she's got one that certainly isn't wanting to stay with the group. clockwise, got him around the barrels. Got to slow him down, get him in. Oh, that was the dog making that problem. Janine was giving the dog the correct command. The dog wanted to chase and bite, and unfortunately, all that did was sped up the cattle and got him to go right past the obstacle. She was well positioned to have a nice run just by having her dog flank out, but the dog chose not to. Again, this is probably a young dog. Janine has been in the intermediate class for quite a while, so I wouldn't call her a novice or new handler. She has a little different problem. She has to get them out of that obstacle before she can score anything on it. And I don't think they're, according to the marks over there, I don't think they're out yet. That one is. There they go. I'm just going to get that one out and walk up. And now, just turning back around. And I think they're all going to go in, happily in. And there they go. They've got to get in that pen. And the handler can stop them. The dog has to come drive him out because the handler cannot enter the obstacle. Oops, see the dog, Jeanie gave her the right command. Janine gave him the right command, told him to go away, that is around them, in the counterclockwise way. And unfortunately, the dog decided just to chase him, chased him right out of the obstacle.
One thing you may do whenever we're finished with this class is just announce over live stream, because I've got a lot of folks that are watching that I know. Just let them know what we're going to do. We're going to go build the course for open. We'll have the open handlers meeting and be back in an estimated amount of time. Thank you.
Okay, Janine's got to work them over, or Y has got to work them over to the obstacle, load them, for which they earn 10 points ahead, and then turn them around and push them back out. They earn 10 more points. So this obstacle is 2 phases to it, and a total of 60 points possible. So it's a big deal to complete this one.
That is time.
Oh, that's too bad. Janine and Y ran out of time.
That was Janine Jones with Y for a score of 150 and a time of 7 minutes. Up next, we have Michael Mayer with Scout, and to round out our intermediate trials, we have Mickey Finch with Flo.
Hey, Michelle. No, this is Michael. Excuse me. Michael Meyer and his dog Scout. And here come his cattle. They did a nice job of getting them across the first obstacle line and around the barrels. Ooh, dog didn't take the lie down command, and as a result, pushed them out of the obstacle. Well, they're all in the wrong way, so they got to come out of the obstacle. They are now out of the obstacle. And now they see it. They'll happily go right through. Let's see if Scout can just... Scout's doing a pretty good job of staying off of him. And they're moving off of him nicely. Ooh, missed to him. Looks like the problem is when you lose these dogs, you really, or these cattle, you really lose them. They go a long way. It's interesting that in this class, the first several runs actually, were perfect scores. And then it's been a little tougher. Okay, now I bet he keeps him up against the fence. Easy. Alrighty. Slide down. There he goes. Nope. The dog almost wanted to go around and chase him back out. Out of the last obstacle, and it's now time for them to load in this obstacle. He's going to have a pretty good time, I think, in spite of missing that first or second deal. You made it finally. Or maybe a little. I'm just cold.
You look cold.
I'm freezing. I don't need. Okay, so
You don't need to do more.
there's only one more run, and I'm gonna.
All right, we got Michael Meyer and Scout, as you know. My name is Jordan Markowski. I'm going to hop on the mic here for a little bit for the last 2 runs, including this one of intermediate, and then for a good chunk of the open finals until I run out there and try to get something done with my dog. Michael and Scout have been keeping their cattle relatively calm together, just trying to get a little bit further through some of these obstacles. I don't have my list of where Michael is
That was
from.
Michael Mayer with Scout for a score of 210 and a time of 6:41. To round out our intermediate trials, we next have Mickey Spence with Flo.
Well, Michael and Scout get a full point run. It will not be enough to win the class today. That's 6 minutes plus. Our winning time, I think, so far, or our leading time, I should say, in the intermediate class is my buddy Travis with his dog Slim. They laid down a 2:28, and with the score they picked up yesterday, they were second overall in intermediate yesterday. I think, unofficially, that is going to make them the intermediate champion for the trial. I don't think there's anyone else who got a time today that will be enough to beat their overall. But we'll get the official announcement for that later. Right now we got Mickey Spence and Flo. This set looks a little trotty coming out of the gate. That can be good. If you get a set that's willing to move and willing to stick together, like this group so far is, it can be a winning run. The one thing he's got to look out for is not letting them run straight to exhaust. Or sorry, I should say she. Mickey's done a really good job, I think, slowing them down a little bit. She's going to get them right between the barrel and that obstacle, which is the first obstacle. That counts as your fetch. So Mickey did a heck of a job there, as did Flo. They've got a set that definitely wants to move, and they're not shy about kind of wanting to keep together, too. This is a really nice set. There's going to be a lot of folks who are running an open later who would love to draw a group like this. There's been kind of a few archetypes of sets so far today, and for most of this weekend, you either kind of get a group with 1 or 2 that are pretty light and willing to move, and then 1 heavy one, or you get 3 that just kind of have no allegiance to each other at all, and your dog has to spend quite a bit of time keeping them together. But the holy grail for sure is 3 that are willing to trot, willing to move, but like being next to each other. And you can see these 3, even with the dog relatively far off them, they're very happy to hang out with each other. This is a dream set of cattle. So we'll see if Mickey can maybe pick up some day money, knowing that the overall intermediate champion is probably out of reach. There could be an opportunity, though, to get some individual day money if they can lay down a reasonably fast time. It is ticking away, though. She's keeping her dog off these cattle quite a bit, which can be a good strategy, but I think with this set, you probably could afford to give a little more gas on them, because as you can see, they don't like to stray more than a foot from each other, which again is just a really, really beneficial draw. And needs to get them out in front of their eye to stop them from running down the arena. Heel bite was probably not what Mickey wanted to see from Flo there. They wanted to get these cattle in that far obstacle with the pink tape on the back wall there, and fortunately now with that heel bite, they've driven the cattle back to the exhaust area, and it's not only a job to get them out of that corner, it's a bit of a trek to walk them all the way back up to the other side of the arena. But they do have time to work on getting a full point run. Needs to get these cattle a little bit more to the left. She's asking for an away. Flo is sure she wants a come by, though. Nothing too major, though. This is a nice group of cattle because they don't really get offended too bad. Now got to peel them off that wall. A little tight in there, but Flo did a nice job. She needs a come by now. Inside flanks been a bit tricky for this team. Nothing major, nothing egregious, but does make it hard to get that clean run that you want to challenge for the day money today. Already well past the 2 minutes and 28 mark that's leading the class. And might be past the 3rd or 4th place times as well. In open, they're paying up to 5 places in day money. I'm not sure if that's also the case with intermediate, but if it is, time is probably elapsed for winning day money with this run. Mickey's just asking the judge if her cattle need to go in the opposite end of this obstacle, and indeed they do. So she'll need to push them past the pink tape here and then bend them back into the obstacle in order to get moving. So there's some work to do. Just need a big inside flank here on the come-by side to turn these cattle around. She's asking Flo for it. Flo is locking in a little bit on a walk-up. And to Flo's credit, Flo knows that these cattle want to head back to the exhaust. So she's a bit trepidatious about giving the full come-by. And unfortunately, she went a bit too far. And now the cattle are trying to get back to that exhaust again. And Mickey's trying to remind Flo that now they got to bring them back. Time is ticking low, though. It's getting to the point where it might not be possible to finish this run unless they can really get these animals through that second to last obstacle and then into the final one in the next 30, 40 seconds. It's getting a little dicey. Gonna try walking them through the back end again. This could be their last opportunity to polish off this obstacle. And I think really the only thing holding them back is just these inside flanks. Flo is not loving inside flanks today. She's asking Flo to do a walk up and an away. Flo's gonna give it here. Now she just needs to make sure that she daylights these cattle, but I don't think they're clear just yet, and the judge has confirmed to her that they are not yet clear. So she needs to ask for an away here. Nudge these cattle out without sending them flying down the arena back to the exhaust. Flo knows exactly where they want to go. You can tell. Now we need a big come by, big come by. Flo's going to go on the away side.
That is time.
And that is time. Good effort, hard work from Mickey and Flo. They're on the right track.
To round out our intermediate trials, that was Mickey Spence with Flo for a time of 7 minutes and a score of 120. Give us just a minute to figure out what we are doing next and when we will be starting, and I will announce that in just a second.
And as you just heard, that is the end of the intermediate class. I think we are moving on to the open finals next, but there'll be some course changes. There'll be a handlers meeting, so stay tuned, but it'll probably be maybe at least half an hour before we continue on with more runs, this time in the very competitive open finals. So hopefully we'll see you for that. I'll be back on the mic, I think. And yeah, get ready for the veterans to take the stage. Till then, hang tight.
All right, I'd like to welcome you all to the open final run of the 2025 National Western Stock Show Cattle Dog Trial. I realize sometimes our courses are confusing, so I'm going to explain it, and those of you who are here, please be very nice when new people come and they seem confused. Tell them what we're trying to do. Cappy Pruitt, I know he doesn't look like it, but he's a cow, okay? He's bullheaded, I've just been told, so maybe that's reasonable. Anyway, we're going to set the cattle out, 3 of them, at the gate behind Cappy. We're going to fetch them through this obstacle here. Each cow, as they go through, scores 10 points. And actually, just so you know, all the scores are on the tail of the cow. All right, then they're bringing them into what we're calling the handler box, which is established by between those 2 barrels and between the blue barrel over to the stand here. They have to enter here, and then they exit between the barrels. As they exit between the barrels, they score. Then we don't care particularly how they do this next part, but they have to get over to that far obstacle, which we're calling a weave, and it's up against the alley where we set them out, which is why it has to be there. You've got to get your cattle to go in the end where Cappy's going. One hopes faster than he's going. And then around these panels and out the end, and they score as they come out. Then we're taking them around the green barrel in a counterclockwise direction.
I can't see.
As I can, we have all afternoon, I guess. Then we're going to go clockwise around the middle barrel. And then we're going to go clockwise around the end barrel. I'm sorry, counterclockwise around the end barrel. I'm pretty bad with directions. And then we're going to go through this obstacle again, the one we started with, just because it seems like fun. And then we go to our final obstacle, which is actually 2 obstacles. It's what we call a pen and sort. First, you have to get the cattle into the pen and nothing can go out. And so we get all 3 of them, we hope, in this end. And then we're going to send 2 out one way and 1 out the other way. And that's however the handler finds easiest to do. When the last one comes out, the time stops, and you'll get announced what the time was. And we're hoping we get a lot of these cattle and handlers that can do it in perfect scores. Anyway, we thank you all very much for coming. And I'm serious. When people come who seem really confused, try to explain to them what we're doing. Thanks. Yes, the second time. 8. Oh, yes, I should tell them that. By the way, these runs will consist of, they're allowed 8 minutes to get this done. And the winner, of course, will be the one who goes the fastest. This is the finals of the open class in the stock show. So the winner of this will be the National Western Stock Show champion for 2025. Thanks again.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to the open finals of the 2025 National Western Stock Show here in Denver, Colorado. This is the culmination of what is now 3 days of trialing for the handlers and dogs that you're about to watch. We've got 20 of the top teams. We started with about 31, 32. Been 2 hard days of trialing on Saturday and Sunday, and now here we are on Monday watching the top 20 take on what is by far the most complicated and tricky course of the trial. The difficulty should increase as you get down to the finals, and it has. So hopefully you caught the explanation of the course. If not, we'll try to go through it as we get through it. But starting us off, handler number 1, team number 1, Jeanie Allen and her dog Jock. Now, Jeanie and Allen come into our finals here originally in the 17th spot. They had 2 full-point runs over the course of Saturday and Sunday with a combined time of 9 minutes. And we are doing a clean slate, so whoever manages to get this run done here the fastest today is going to be the champion. She's sent Jock on the away side. Going to try and get them, this group of cattle, through the first obstacle, which is a little bit of a broken fetch here. It'll be right in front of you. She wants to get her cattle to go right through this little bit of a broken fetch. She's got a nice set, it looks like. They want to stay together, which is good, but they're also happy to move. So that's her first obstacle done, and now her second is to clear the blue barrel to the judges' post. So she's picked up her second obstacle as well. She's moving at a really good clip. If she can keep this pace up, she's going to set a pretty high bar for folks that follow the other 19 teams to come. Now that she's cleared that blue barrel, her next obstacle is what we're calling a weave. It's on the right there, on the far end of the arena, and the cattle are moving through it really, really well. That's actually probably going to be a trickier obstacle today. So the fact that Jeanie just made short work of it is going to really put pressure on everyone to pick up that obstacle as quickly as she just did. And here's where things really start to get tricky. She now needs to do a 3-barrel weave, a serpentine, put them around the top of that green barrel on a counterclockwise course. And she's had a really smooth run so far, so if she can pick up this weave as smoothly, just a great set of cattle. You just dream of having this group. They're willing to move. They're not too obnoxious about rushing back to the fetch. There he goes. Now she just needs to bring her cattle clockwise around that blue barrel. They're doing a bit of a dash back to the exhaust. The exhaust is a fairly strong pull in this arena, especially now here on day 3 with these cattle kind of knowing that when they get to that exhaust, it's home free time. But her and Jock, Jeanie and Jock, have managed to catch them without too much fuss. And now she just needs to push them back to the far end of the arena again, get them through between this bottom green barrel and that blue barrel. One thing these cattle can do, though, is they can be really sweet and then all of a sudden start to rebel in subtle ways. They're not bruisers, they're not battlers, these cattle, but they do look for opportunities to just kind of slip away on you and split up, and they can pick up speed in a hurry, especially if they're going back to that draw. But Jock and Jeanie have done a good job collecting them. Just one more wrap around a barrel, coming counterclockwise around this green one, and they'll have finished their serpentine weave. And I think they're going to get it here. And once they come out of these barrels, they got a little bit of a tight turn to put them back through the broken fetch panels. And I think, yep, it's a really tight turn. And the tricky thing is you kind of got to stop the cattle from coming down the bottom side underneath that broken fetch, but not so hard that they bust out around the top, which is what just happened there. Still a really clean run so far, relatively speaking, but it is definitely a high pressure situation, because with 20 of the top teams from this weekend, you kind of know someone's going to blaze a trail with just a perfect set of cattle and really good handling. So you're trying to minimize mistakes, not always easy to do. She's got them now kind of all bunched up. The bottom end, she needs a nice flank there, and I think she just got it. Watch that top end, though. Watch that top end. Yeah, these cattle, as sweet as they can sometimes seem, they have no compunction about slipping around an obstacle if they get the opportunity. And now this black one here is just giving her a little bit of trouble. It's got some ideas. It's got some schemes. And again, it's not a malicious cow. It's a nice little steer, but it's taking opportunities to kind of be tricky. So Jeannie's now going to move on to the final obstacle. Well, it's technically 2 obstacles in one, which is her load and sort. And so what she needs to do here is to put these cattle in this side of the obstacle that they're kind of angling towards right now. And then she needs to push 1 out one end and 2 cattle out the other. It does not matter which side she puts the 1 out. It does not matter which order she puts the cattle out. She can do 1 and 1 on either side, and then a third on either direction. She can do 2 and 1. She can push 1 out first and then the other 2. She has flexibility. The judge will allow any combination, but she just needs to make sure that once she's loaded them like she has, she's got all her load points, that she gets 1 of these suckers out one direction and 2 out the other. If she does that, she's laughing with a full point run. Got plenty of time. Good catch there from Jeannie. Jeannie put her body on the line there, and luckily these cattle aren't too big, aren't too crazy, and that's going to complete her run right there. With she did a 1 and 2 sort, and that's going to get her full points. All right, we're moving right along. Next up, we've got John Holman and his dog Jim. And now John's coming into the finals here with a pretty good start. I'm just trying to find him here on my list. Oh, sorry, this is not Jim. My mistake. This dog is named Moon, and they're coming in the 14th spot. They had 2 full point runs in a time of 8:36, and he's got to just make sure he gets his fetch here. I think he's on a pretty good line, but that red one at the front, oh, good catch there from Moon. Great job from John and Moon to keep those cattle, or at least that red sucker, from slipping by the top end. Good, clean fetch there. No wasted time. Again, someone's looking to lay down a run with few, if any, mistakes at all to hopefully walk away from today as the Open champion. Could it be Moon? Could it be John Holman? Maybe. So far, they have as good a shot as any, maybe better than most, with a nice clean fetch like that. Again, their next obstacle is that weave. You can see the pink tape there outlining where they need to go. Oh, wow. That went just about as well as you could hope for. Again, not an easy obstacle. It's not a big opening, and it's kind of on the corner of the obstacle, so there's lots of opportunity for cattle to either go left or go right, but John put them in there really quick and easily. So far, this could be a run that the champions are made of. He's got to move on to his weave now. Moon needs to push these cattle around the top end of that green barrel, and this is where this course can get tricky, because these cattle come out just by that green barrel, and on the 3rd day, they're kind of pretty used to coming out of that corner of the arena and running down either to exhaust or to the far right side of the arena. So as you can probably tell right here, this is where the cattle start to really try and figure out if there are holes that they can get back to where they want to go. And they're not opposed to ducking back into that weave. They're not opposed to trying to come down towards where the camera is to get there. And it becomes pretty tricky for dogs to have to kind of manage all 3 of them. And as you can probably tell, these cattle notice the second the dog isn't covering one of those little holes. And no, no disregard to the dog's abilities. It's hard because these calves they're not mean, but they are clever and they know where they want to go, and where they want to go is to the right. So sometimes you get a set like this where the dog has to really kind of convince each and every individual that leaving is not an option. Nice job there from John and Moon to get around the top end of that green barrel. They now need to come counterclockwise around it, slip between that green barrel and the blue one. But there is a peculiarity to this course. A little bit of a little bit of a tumble there from that calf, not dog caused. It just took a little bit of tumble. Looked a little bit sheepish when it looked up, and now it's a little bit excited. Kind of, a young calf. Maybe that was a little bit of fun for it. I don't know, but unfortunately now, John and Moon have to not only bring the cattle all the way back to that weave obstacle, they actually have to start it over again from scratch. It's just one of the rules that was laid out in the handlers meeting that if for any reason you lose your cattle around the wrong side of one of the barrels in the obstacle, between the blue and the green barrels, you have to start over. So it took some work for Moon and John to get excuse me, their cattle around the top end of that green barrel. Again, it's the one place in the arena they probably want to go the least. And now they have to do it again. And this is tricky because you not only have to try and scoop your cattle around that green barrel between the blue one, but you have to do it in a way that doesn't open the door just like that for those cattle to just run all the way down to the side of the venue. They look for any opportunity to get to that exhaust gate. And so someone today is probably going to figure out how to get that turn without losing a bunch of time, but we haven't seen it yet. It's a really tricky obstacle, and well, whoever can figure it out might just be the one who gets to be the champion today. We'll see. There's plenty of places on this course for things to go awry, but yeah, it's no joke. If anyone was thinking that maybe on day one the courses were a little straightforward, I don't think anyone can think that, can think that today. Certainly not yesterday either, but today is by far the trickiest of the bunch. And as you can see, once these cattle get a taste, they already come out kind of wanting to go to that exhaust, but once they make a few tries at it, they become increasingly kind of consistent about looking for openings. And I mean, this is a tricky situation where you got one now that is happy to go off on its own and two that are happy to hang back. And this is a good dog. This is a good team. It's just this is a tricky course, and these cattle are tricky. They don't run through dogs or anything like that. They don't chase dogs off. They're pretty willing to move off a dog, but they are freaking clever when it comes to finding holes to get to where they want to go. Sometimes it's almost an impossible challenge for dogs to manage all three of them. John and Moon have got back to their final green barrel in the weave. Now they just need to bend them around back through this broken fetch. I think they're going to get it here. Got a good line. Just got to watch the top end. Make sure one of these suckers doesn't slip out the top. Moon's in the right place, I would think. Just waiting for one of these cattle to decide that the broken fetch they've already been through once is where they need to go now. You can really tell, though, that Baldy, I think it's Baldy over there, is not game. And they'll look at a dog, but we haven't really seen anyone try to take a dog on. There we go. Just watch that red one there. Good. Good work there from John and Moon. It's tricky, man. It's hard to overstate how tricky some of this is. And now that John and Moon have completed that broken fetch for the second time, they can move anywhere they want to get their sort. John's going to help nudge the head of his cattle in. They get their load points right there. That's 30 points for loading their cattle. Now he just needs to push one out one direction, one out the other to complete his course. I don't know if they'll be faster than Jeanie and Jock. But this course is a test of endurance, and it's a test of a lot of individual challenges that combine for a pretty tricky course. There you have it. That's John, Holman, and Moon. Full point run. We'll see what their time is in a second.
Our first run for our open finals was Jeanie Allen with Jock for a time of 5:52 and a score of 2:40. Just up was John Holman with Moon for a time of 7:51 and a score of 2:40. Up next, we have Billy Richardson with Jim. On deck, we have Cappy Pruitt with Reba. And in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Slink.
All right, so as you just heard, next up we have Billy Richardson and Jim. Billy is from Alberta, Canada. Land of the brave. My favorite country, anyway. And as you also heard, currently, Jeanie Allen with Jock, our first run of the day, is leading the class. We're on run 3 now, but out of 2 runs so far, Jeanie is currently our leader with a time in the 5-minute range. So Billy and Jim are going to step to the post here and see if they can steal the lead spot. If not, for the whole day. We'll see. Billy's called for her cattle. They're coming out now. Looks like you got 1 red, 2 black. They're coming out a little trotty. Could be good. The red one seems willing to kind of take off on its own. Billy and Jim are going to do a come-by flank here just to maybe catch that one on the head. Bend it back, put it with the other 2. So far, this is looking like a tricky set. That red one looks like it has all kinds of ideas. There we go. Oh, they're taking off the exhaust. Jim's working hard to get to their heads. This is a tricky set for Billy and Jim. There's a lot of open handlers probably watching right now on the sidelines here, thinking, boy, I wouldn't want these. And it's, again, they're not bad. They're not trying to fight anyone, but they got ideas. She got 1 red one with strong ideas, and now she's got 1 little black steer, I think, that has taken its turn at being rebellious. Well, we've talked about it today, that this draw is quite strong. It has a strong hold over these cattle, and got 3 individuals here now, each kind of wanting to go their own way. Now, the upside is almost anyone who's run this weekend, for the most part, has had at least 1 group like this. Not your favorite group, though, to draw in the final round. And again, there's nothing wrong with these cattle. It's just they're tricky. This particular arrangement of 3 individuals is a bit trickier. But Jim and Billy have got them back together. Just need a big away here probably to tuck them into this broken fetch without this red one slipping down the bottom side here. That looks good. Awesome. They're going to get their first obstacle there. That's 30 points. All right, and now they got their second batch of points, which is what you get when you put the cattle into the handler's box there. The box is made out of barrels. Now they're going to try and move on to their third obstacle, which is to put them in that weave on the far edge of the arena. But again, you got this red one leading the way. Might be doing her a favor here, though. Yeah, that red one went right into the, oh. Okay, good. Still in there. Hopefully that draws the other 2 black ones in. That red one went and found that obstacle, which is pretty handy. Can she bend back this straggler here? There you go. Good. Not too bad. Not too much time lost there at all. That helps make up for some of the little wobbles at the fetch. If she can get this next set of barrels that comes right after this weave obstacle, they'll be right in the conversation for a lead time. Needs a little way here. Tuck these cattle around the top side of that barrel. Done a nice job kind of settling this group down. They started a little bit troublesome. That red one was, well, I don't want to speak too soon. That red one might be back to its old tricks here in a second. Nice job there. Good job. Can she bend them back through? I think she might. Jim's doing his hardest here. Good job. Just need to get all three of them between the green barrel and the blue barrel. Again, got the red one actually doing some favors here. It went through the right way, and it's kind of hanging out over there while Jim works on these two black stragglers. But you can see this little steer right here closest to us is really hoping that he can find a way to get back to that exhaust. And so a little bit of divide and conquer going on. You can see one tries it, and then heck of a job there from Jim to manage both. There we go. Now they just need to come counterclockwise around this green barrel and do a tight turn to get all three back through that broken fetch. They were a little hesitant to do it at the beginning of the run, but maybe now that they've seen it. Oh, they're slipping out the bottom end. Can Jim catch them in time? He just might. There you go. Good job. Just need to bend them back now. Good job. A little bit of a come by here. There you go. There you go. Nice. They can move on to their final obstacle now, which is the pen and sort. Billy needs to get moving. She can go anywhere right now. She could head up along that wall to stop those cattle. She sent Jim. That might just be enough. But you want to get moving when you have the opportunity to go wherever you want. All right, so actually the red one that it started off being a little bit one of the more worrying critters in this group has actually been a little bit of an ally. Here it is standing patiently right at the opening to the final obstacle. Well, Jim and Billy work at these two straggler black cattle. Still a tricky set in the sense that there are definitely two camps amongst these three cattle. But at least the red one's not taking this opportunity to run into the wilderness. There we go. Billy and Jim are each going to take one side of the opening to this obstacle. Might just be enough. Good job. That's going to be 30 points for the load. Now they just need the sort. Again, one needs to go out one direction, two need to go out the other. Doesn't matter the order, doesn't matter the combination. As long as one of these animals leaves on one side of this obstacle and two leave on the other. Looks like the red one might be the volunteer. We'll see. Probably would be a good idea to keep the black ones together, but no, it won't be necessary. Good job there from Billy and Jim. Now this black guy, this little black steer, he's going to make the right choice, and that'll be a full point run now for Billy. We'll see what the time is.
That was Billy Richardson with Jim with a perfect score of 240 and a time of 6:48. Up next, we have Cappy Pruitt with Reba. On deck, we have Bob Wagner with Slink. And in the hole, we have Kathy Sumeraki with Rook.
All right, we're moving right along to Cappy Pruitt. A man you all know and love. Cappy is coming into today with, let's see where he kind of was in the standings here. Oh, cool, we're in for a treat. Cappy's coming into this final round in the second overall spot from day 1 and 2. Obviously, it's a clean slate final, so doesn't get to carry his record in, but you're looking at a dog and a handler that were right in the second spot overall, over 2 runs so far. So Cappy and Reba are going to look to see if they can continue their success and maybe pull off the win here. Right now it looks like Jeanie Allen is still our current leader with a time somewhere in the 5-minute range. I think 5:30 or something along that line. So Cappy's going to be looking not only to beat that, he's probably going to want something in the 3 or 4 minute range to feel good about his score holding up for the finals. So here comes Reba and Cappy. They're going to try and steer this group through that broken fetch. Got a Baldy here with ideas, but this group seems a little bit so far keen to stay together. They have some allegiance to each other, which is not bad. Cappy's sending it away here. This might be risky. I think these cattle might try to take advantage of this away. I think Cappy saw it too, because he's now going to flip Reba back on the come by. Really smart move. Some of us would have maybe tried to fix that with a big away, and I think Cappy knew that just wasn't going to go. And unfortunately, one of his red cattle has slipped out the top. This is a tricky. It might seem simple, just doing a fetch. It is not simple at all. And so, you know, there's lots of tricks and room for error on this course. And as you can probably tell, it's not because the cattle are just, you know, trying to steamroll anything or refusing to give off a dog. It's more that they're just really clever about subtly ducking around obstacles. If the dog isn't in their eye, they go. And so Cappy and Reba, unfortunately, are losing quite a bit of time here on this first obstacle. And this is a hell of a team. And if you had any illusions about whether this is a tricky trial, a tricky course, you know, if Reba and Cappy are having a little trouble with the fetch, you can understand that it's a game of inches with these cattle. They are freaking savvy. Sweet but savvy. Still working on that fetch. Reba doing almost everything she can. Being really nice to these cattle. That's Baldy, though, on the right here, I think. Okay, it made the right choice in that case. You could see it considering, do I go on the path I'm on or do I bend around this obstacle? Thankfully, it decided to be a good little steer there. Now, Reba and Cappy are going to have some time. They got to make up here if they want to bump Jeanie Allen out of the top spot. They're going to need to really maybe get through the weave and the barrels as quickly as they can. I don't have a timer going here. They do up at the judges' booth, obviously, but my guess is probably at least a minute or two went by on that fetch. And you need a 4-something, or maybe it's a 5. I think it's a 5-something right now to be in the lead. And there are a lot of good teams to go. So if they can clean up these next few obstacles in short time, they are still in the conversation. But as we've seen it time and time again, divide and conquer. These calves are the kings of the slow death, where they just go slow and they split up a little bit, and they do things just like you just saw there. They just slip by obstacles really, really carefully. Dog has to kind of find a way to be always on contact, and it's tricky. Someone's going to solve it today, but it sure is freaking tricky. So now he needs to come counterclockwise around these barrels. Again, though, once they do this, which is they take off. And so, again, somebody's got to be sitting on the sidelines here in the open class who hasn't yet run with a pen and paper or a calculator or something, trying to figure out how they're going to get around that barrel, around all the barrels, without losing a ton of time with the kettle taking off to the exhaust. I'll tell you, as someone who's running later, I haven't figured it out yet. And just praying that I will by the time I run. But, yeah, there's tricks all over the place here. Now, Cappy and Reba are going to push these cattle back through the bottom blue and green. They need to wrap counterclockwise around it and then make another tight turn into that fetch. So far, in the right spot. Reba's really working hard. She's really nice to her cattle. She's firm, but she's nice. She listens really nicely to Cappy. She doesn't offend these cattle. Oh, frick. I thought they were lined up nice, and as we've seen so many times before, these calves, if you give them a little window, they pull off dodges of obstacles that you don't think they're going to do, and I would have been fooled right there. I was fooled, I should say. You think, okay, I got them lined up. I'm just going to take my dog off them, let them drift through, and they go, oh, look, the handler and the dog gave me a little bit of leeway. I think I'll just bend my nose on the wrong side of this obstacle and go right by. And they've been playing that trick all weekend, and no matter how many times they do, they still fool me. So you can see how they're fooling even really, really good teams. Cappy and Reba don't have an idea of their time yet, but I imagine taking the lead spot might be out of reach at this point. But still an opportunity to get the run completed before 8 minutes is up. There you go. Just really nice work, though, from Reba. She knows when to flank tight. She knows when to flank wider. Just easy going, no tension in her work. Really cool. Cool dog, cool team. But it's going to take a lot of things going right from the beginning of your run today to take the championship. And unfortunately, some things have just broken on this run and not quite the right way enough times that this won't be the run. But still have 16 more runs to go. Someone's going to get the right set, going to handle them really well, going to have the right dog, going to have those little decisions by their calves just happen to go exactly how you want. That said, though, Cappy and Reba are getting their 30 points for loading all their cattle into the sort. Again, once they've got them loaded, they just need to put one out one way and two out the other. Had a potential volunteer on the far end there, but just nudged him back in. But that's okay. They're going to get another opportunity right here. Cappy's calling Reba in to push these two out. That'll be a full point run. We'll see what the time is. Good job to Cappy and Reba.
That was Cappy Pruitt with Reba for a perfect score of 240 and a time of 7:24. Up next, we have Bob Wagner with Slink. On deck, we have Kathy Sumaraki with Rook. And in the hole, we have Kent Herbal with Dodge. A real quick announcement, if you are looking for professional photos that are being taken at the Stock Dog Trials today, you can find those at Legacy Livestock Imaging. And a real quick thank you to Ringside Live for our live stream.
All right, here we go. Next run number 5 in our open finals, 5 of 20. We have Bob Wagner and his dog, Slink. Bob and Slink were 3rd overall coming into today, so just behind Cappy Pruitt, who was in 2nd with Reba. They had 2 perfect score runs, 480, at a time of 6:12. So we're getting to watch the 2nd and 3rd place leading dogs back to back here. It's a clean slate, though, as you know, so anyone can win of the 20 finalists, but certainly you would want to bet on the folks who have a really strong score coming in. And Bob and Slink make really short work of that fetch. We've seen some runs today have a little bit of trouble there. There are a lot of tricky obstacles. That is certainly one of them, but it's going to be really hard for someone to win, I think, this trial today without a perfect fetch. And that was probably just about as fast as you could do it. The only question is going to be, have they pushed on these cattle a little bit too much to the point where they start to get a little scattered? So far, it doesn't look like that's the case at all. It actually looks like Bob and Slink are wasting very little time. Excuse me, sorry for coughing in the mic there. A little bit of a hiccup here. One of their red cattle missed the obstacle, but this group seems like they're reasonably happy to stay together. They're reasonably trotty, but there's a lot of finesse obstacles in this course, so you kind of don't want to push too hard. And now the divide and conquer has started. Can Slink and Bob pull this back? This is a good team, and a very capable team, so it's possible. And, oh, they just had them all loaded in there. Heck of a nice job, though. Almost lost it, but recouped pretty quickly. You can probably tell with these cattle, they don't get that offended if they get pushed on or bent into obstacles pretty quickly. You know, they recover their composure pretty quick. They're more opportunists than battlers, I would say. There we go. Heck of a nice job there from Bob and Slink to bend them around the obstacle. Now we got this really tricky turn, right? Can you make that tight turn? And they did. I actually wonder if maybe committing to the away there might have been better than switching to a come-by once they were past the blue barrel. Anyone's guess, and Bob knows his dog really well, and he knows his trialing really well. But just seeing how those cattle came out between that green and the blue barrel with where Slink was, I wonder if he had maybe flanked all the way away. Could he have caught them and then bent them back into the next set of barrels? Who knows? But might be a theory for somebody to try out in their open run later when it's their turn. Because so far, we've not yet seen someone able to get through these barrels without at least one or two breaks back to the exhaust. But again, Slink and Bob have recovered really well. They're still sitting on a pretty darn fast time. They need to get these cattle back into that broken fetch now. Need to worry about the top side of this obstacle. I think they're going to be just fine, and they're going to move on to the sort. I have to imagine they're still sitting on a really good time. Bob's already in position to help with the sort. He's going to try and push these things in a little bit faster maybe than you want. The upside is if they go in, you save a ton of time. But if they don't, like this, now you got them trotting a little bit. And, ooh, okay, that was close. Luckily, these cattle are pretty nice. If the dog gets between them and the fence, they're not really too apt to kick. But you can see these cattle are now pretty flighty, and it's just a calculated risk. We've all done it. We all will do it again. Run was going pretty good, and you think I'll push really quickly before I give these cattle a chance to think. I'll get them in the pen, and instead, unfortunately, it leads to some time lost. But I think they'll be. Oh no, I was about to say I think they'll be okay here, but now he's got his pen loaded the wrong way, so he's going to have to bring them back out and reload from the bottom here. And again, it's all just calculated risk whenever you're running. You're always thinking, how hard do I push? The downside is when you're fifth on the run order out of 20 teams and you know the teams you're up against are the best of the weekend, you kind of have to assume you're going to need a really fast time. You don't have the benefit of having watched everyone else run, and so sometimes you take some risks that you otherwise might not have. And this is a heck of a team, heck of a dog. So Bob feels pretty confident that he can trust this dog. And he's right to do so. But it's been a little tricky now loading this pen. I think if they can just bend these two back here, there you go. That'll be his 30 points. Just needs to do his sort now. He's going to trust Slink to hold the far end. I think he's going to try and push one out the top. Not sure. He's got them bunched in. Looks like he's hoping maybe that he gets this black one to leave. It's a tricky position for these cattle to sort because they kind of aren't sure which way they're supposed to go yet. He hasn't had a volunteer yet. He's hoping, I think, for this black one to come out the top, and then I think he wants to push the 2 red back down. But you can tell they've gone from being a little flighty now to being a little unsure what success looks like. All right, he's going to have one leave the bottom, and all right, there's going to be full points.
That was Bob Wagner with Slink for a perfect score of 240 and a time of 6:37. Up next, we have Kathy Sumeraki with Rook. On deck, we have Kent Herbal with Dodge. And in the hole, we have Jeanie Allen with Fay.
All right, we're moving right along. Run number 6 is Kathy Sumeraki and her dog Rook. Kathy and Rook, let's see where they're coming into this final round from. They were in the 19th spot, 2 full point runs and a combined time of 9:13. So we just watched the 2nd and 3rd place dogs go. Now we're going to watch the dog coming in at the 19th spot. But again, it's clean slate. Anyone can win. And although we're now on run number 6, I don't think we've yet seen the run that is going to steal the day. Probably looking for a 4-minute run, maybe even less. Someone could do it in less if they get everything kind of lining up. But it also could be right now. Could be Rook. Could be Kathy. Kathy's calling for a cattle. Looks like she's got 2 black steers and a red one. One of her black ones has got a little bit of a bald face on him, baldy. And here they come. They're coming out with some gusto. I think they're going to try and bend down here to the bottom of the arena and slip out the underside of this fetch. And you saw that red one thought about going straight through the obstacle, and then it thought better of it. And that's the tricky thing about this fetch, a perfect outrun like you might see in a sheep field trial with the dog well off the bubble and get into position behind its stalk. Not going to cut it for this obstacle. You kind of need to really manage, yes, getting your dog out around them to keep them from going over the top end of the broken fetch, but then also you have to watch the bottom end here, and Rook and Kathy are going to hopefully get this sorted out in no short order. Rook has got beautiful square flanks, and those can be pretty useful with these cattle. However, every now and then they also ask you for tight flanks, as funny as that sounds. Here's an example. Good job from Rook. Just got to the perfect place just in time. You could see that red one was thinking, oh, I think I might be able to slip around here. And Rook and Kathy shut that down. Really thoughtful dog. A lot of feel on this dog. He likes to keep a good distance between him and the cattle. Goes to the right spot. Now they just need to, they've got their first 2 obstacles. First was that broken fetch. Second was getting past that blue barrel. Now they need to work their way up along this wall and then over to the weave at the back end of the arena. So far, so good. This set's getting a little slow, though. One thing, there's so much to think about with these cattle. When to push on them, when not to. How to keep them together, but then how to keep them moving. And especially when you're pushing them away from the exhaust, they can get slow. When you turn them back in the direction of the exhaust, they can suddenly pick up a lot of speed in a hurry. Kathy, I think, has a really good line here to nudge these cattle into the weave here. Some of them are thinking they might like to go on the right-hand side. There's a little kind of corner in there, but Perfect positioning from Kathy and Rook here. You can just see how much feel this dog has. Just calm as cucumber. And who knows, maybe moving the cattle nice and slow and steady like this is just what you need on a tough course like this. Lots of turns and lots of tricks. Or maybe someone will have as much control but also be pushing a little harder. We haven't seen it yet. But this is one of the first, I'd say, big challenges of this course is how do you get counterclockwise around this green barrel enough to turn your cattle so that they go through the green and the blue barrel, but without opening the door for them to take off towards the exhaust. And that was probably about just as clean as we've seen it yet. And that probably speaks to how nicely this dog flanks. And I say that, of course, and then we get a bit of a tight and fast flank that rattles the cattle a little bit, of course. Always the way when you praise something on a live stream and then you look like a clown. But no, I think overall this dog has really just nice feel. These cattle, they seem like they trust this dog. And it just flanks clean every time. And so he's kind of teaching these cattle that there's not much point taking off. The downside is you can see they're getting slower and slower. And slow can oftentimes be fast in catalog trialing, but when you got 20 top teams, fast is often fast. And so somebody is gonna push on these things a little bit while also getting those nice clean flanks, and I think end up with a really fast time. But heck, there's not much that's gone wrong in this run by any stretch of the imagination. Rook's just doing an awesome job. Kathy's handling him super cool. And if no one else manages to do similar clean work at just a little bit of a faster pace, this could be a winning run. Unfortunately, that baldy just slipped out the bottom end here. Nothing fatal, though. Can be fixed. It's getting a little closer to that exhaust, though. That's where you start to worry. Closer these dogs or these cattle get there, the more crafty they get about ducking their heads left and right to try and bend around a dog. But you can just see this baldy is just looking for any gap in Kathy and Rook's defenses here. And he's doing it at 2 miles an hour, but it doesn't make it any less sneaky or hard to stop. Just need to bend them back through this broken fetch here. Looks like they're in good shape. But they can fool you. They can be sweet as grape juice or whatever, and moving nice and slow and thoughtful, and then you open one door and they're gone. Not at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but certainly fast enough to eat up a lot of your time bringing them back out from that exhaust. But now Kathy and Rook are through the broken fetch for the second time, and they just need to get their pen points, get their sort. I don't know where they're sitting on time. They haven't lost a lot in terms of having to chase these cattle around or put them back together or drag them back from the exhaust, but they also haven't been getting a lot of time saved by moving them at a trot between obstacles. So we'll see where they end up if and when they get this sort, which I think they will. But you can definitely see how thoughtful Rook is, how much feel he has. He's really kind of working to connect with these cattle, move them one step at a time. I think you could almost see there that he knows when they're going to take a step before they even do. Now if I were Kathy, I'd maybe move in a little bit just to help Rook here. You got a big opportunity here, being able to go wherever you want. Just eases them in. Great, she just needs now to sort one out one way, two out the other. Any order is fine. And look at that. They're going to do it almost of their own accord, and that'll be a full point run for Kathy, and we'll see where her score ends up, or her time, sorry.
That was Kathy Sumaraki with Rook for a time of 7:19 and a perfect score of 240. Up next, we have Kent Herbal with Dodge. On deck, we have Jeanie Allen with Fay. And in the hole, we have Becky Combs with Kate.
All right. Well, that was a nice, calm, and steady run from Kathy. Unfortunately, it's ended up in the 7-minute range, so will not be in the placings for today, but certainly nice, clean work all the way around. Next up, we have Kent Herbal, our 7th team, our 7th run of the finals here, and his dog Dodge. Over the course of the 2 qualifying runs, Kent and Dodge came in the 9th place overall with a time of 7:36 over 2 full-point runs. So now they have the opportunity to win it all by just simply having the best run and the best time today. Kent has called for his cattle. It's got 3 black steers, it looks like. One's a Baldy. They look a little bit unsure as they're coming down the chute there. But they tend to pick up speed as they come out of the chute. And here they are coming out of the chute now. Kent's got to kind of watch his set because they were threatening to come right down to the bottom of the arena. And as you can tell, he's not committing his dog to that full flank on the outrun because he wants to make sure as much as he can that they don't do exactly what they're about to do right here, which is to cheat down the bottom side. But fortunately, Dodge is a fast dog, caught them in pretty good time. Now he's got them lined up again. He just needs to be careful. Dodge is doing a pretty big flank here, and unfortunately his steers pulled the same trick again. Caught him a little sooner though. Got one Baldy way off there in the back. Well, not way off, but back in the back there. And now I think he's going to get this fetch. So again, relatively quick, but still costly. I imagine probably 20 or 30 seconds lost there. Nothing too crazy. But the 2 downsides of what just occurred is obviously the time lost, and then you wonder, have these 2 all black steers now acquired a little bit of a habit, if they didn't already have it already, of taking advantage of nice flanks to slip around the wrong side of obstacles? We'll see. To Kent and Dodge's credit, they definitely didn't let that snowball into minutes-long attempts to fight those cattle back from the exhaust. So they really haven't lost much time at all, and they put them through this next obstacle pretty darn smoothly. And this set is calm. They're moving a little faster than the last set we just saw. The barrels, though, are where rubber really hits the road. You can see the second this cattle come out of that weave, they are not keen about going along the far side of that barrel, but Frick, Dodge, and Kent just did a really nice job getting them there. Now we got this all-important turn. We've seen it every run today. Kent's going to try a little bit of a different strategy. He's going to flank on the inside. He did a first to come by, now he's going to do an away. And I think what he's achieved is he slowed them down a little bit, which could be genius. You see, again, how quickly those cattle transition into wanting to run back to the exhaust. And I think he's actually going to have to start. We'll see what the judge says. The rules were a bit hazy on this one, but if they missed something in between the blue and the green barrels, in some cases you do have to go back to the start. He might be okay, though. There was a lot of conversation about what actually requires you to have to go back to the start. Sounds like he might be okay. The judge is letting it go on. So good thing he listened better than I did in the handlers meeting. Now he's just got to watch going back through this broken fetch. He knows now that he's got a group of cattle that are happy, all too happy to go down the bottom side underneath where they're supposed to go. And He's really working these inside flanks, nice big square inside flanks to try and manage his cattle on that exhaust. And for the most part, it's working. It's just, you know, obviously a little time lost here, a little time lost there with this group that really don't like going through this fetch. And they're fighting there. Oh, heck of a nice job from that dog. Heck of a nice job on both sides of this obstacle. First to clip the baldy on the top end to bend it back in when it was trying to fight through. Really nice, clean little heel bite, calm as you, or sorry, nose bite, calm as you like. And then there was a second steer trying to sneak out the bottom, and the dog came around and caught that too. Really, really cool. That'll save some time for sure. And they haven't lost much time. I will be interested to see, but if they can get this pen and sort pretty quickly, that could put them ahead of Jeanie. Good catch from Kent there. This baldy wants to go anywhere but the right way. And he better also watch his two at the far end. They're threatening to leave. Now he's going to have to load. That's always tricky. I make that mistake all the frickin' time. I get focused on one, and I'm working it, trying to get it in, and I realized too late that the ones I had have taken advantage of my back being turned or my attention being focused elsewhere to slip out. Still sitting on an okay time, though. If they can just get these suckers in. These have been some of the most polite, disobedient cattle you could imagine. They've done nothing in a blustery or aggressive manner, but they've also managed to avoid going easily into obstacles at almost every opportunity. Frick, it's hard. I hope it's clear to anyone watching at home that this is not an easy course. These are not easy cattle. There are many ways, I think, for cattle to be tricky sometimes at trials, and sometimes they're running over dogs or making dogs really have to step up to control them, and other times it's death by 1,000 little benign cuts. And today, certainly, and this weekend, certainly, these cattle these cattle have a lot of little, very subtle tricks. Good, he's got one out the top. Probably a good idea to sort that baldy off. It was a little bit of an individual, and he'll get his full run points right there, and we'll see what his time is.
That was Kent Herbal with Dodge for a perfect score of 240 and a time of 6:12. Up next, we have Jeanie Allen with Fay. On deck, we have Becky Combs with Kate. And in the hole, we have Sarah Joe Gum with Pace.
All right. That was Kent.
Again, if you are looking for professional photos from the Stock Dog trials, you can find those at Legacy Livestock Imaging.
All right, that was Kent and Dodge. Unfortunately, in the 6-minute range with that run, so not enough to unseat our first run of the day. It's currently leading, which is Jeanie Allen and Jock, with the time somewhere in the 5-minute range. Can't remember exactly what it was, but it was pretty darn good. And so far, it's held up for 7 runs. But if anyone can beat Jeanie, it just might be Jeanie, who's coming out again in the 8th spot on our run order for the finals with a dog named Fay. So can Jeanie unseat herself or replace herself at the top of the scorecards or the score sheet for today? Looks like she's got 2 black steers and a red one. We'll see what they can do. This group is coming out relatively together, which bodes well. They're making a beeline for that exhaust, but Jeanie's got Fay in a really good position. Look at that. Just waltzes them right through the fetch. Beautiful job. Probably one of the best. I think maybe her and Bob with Slink have now had the 2 cleanest fetches, and there's plenty in this course that's challenging beyond the fetch, obviously, but you're certainly feeling good if you get the first obstacle quick and easy like they just did. Now Jeannie's got her cattle happy to be together. They also are happy to move. We've seen some runs that were clean and thoughtful the whole way, but slow. And if you can cover that ground between obstacles with a little bit of momentum and then settle things back down to nudge your cattle through, just like Jeanie and Fay are doing here, you're in really good shape. This runs so far off to a crackingly good start. Just really nice. Cattle are not offended. They respect this dog. This dog called them on any ideas of fleeing to the exhaust at the beginning of the run. And now it's going to come down to that first barrel. This is where sometimes you see even cattle that haven't been successful getting to the exhaust earlier in the run starting to get ideas that maybe the door is open for them. Now, again, you need to get enough of a turn to get through that barrel, just like frickin' Jeanie and Fay just did there. Gorgeous. And then Jeanie has done the away inside flank, which I think was a really good move. I was theorizing about that a few runs ago, if that might be a move we saw someone try, and I think it might be the play, at least for some of the sets we've seen. Just a great job there from Fay and Jeanie to manage this pull to the exhaust really, really well. I got one kind of critter at the back who's just a follower. Unfortunately, it follows at 2 miles an hour, but she's just doing really nice work working her front too. The red and the black here at the front. Just need to get them back through the green and blue barrels. Bend them around, but so far there's not much that's gone wrong at all in this run. They've had answers for every question these cattle have had. You can see, oh, just unfortunately had one of her steers just slip the wrong way. Hopefully that doesn't prove to be too costly, because frick, they were doing almost everything right up till then. Now, the judge is going to tell us here with what they call and what they don't call, where Jeanie needs to go to daylight these things. Having attended the handlers meeting, I am not entirely sure. I think she's just going to play it extra safe. I think she considers that probably okay. Might be the line between the blue and the green barrels. I think she's probably okay now, but as you can see, Fay and Jeanie just have these cattle eating right out of their hands. They're not pushing on them too hard, but they're avoiding costly mistakes. I think probably a come-by whistle might have been the play right in this moment. These cattle were kind of leaning to kind of cheat out the bottom of this obstacle, as we've seen time and time again today. But, again, such a good team. They recover really, really quickly. And I think she's going to try a big away now to bend these guys right back in. Nicely done. On to her final two obstacles. Oh, never mind. Stop the presses. That red one just did something I didn't see coming. It goes straight through the fetch. It lined itself up to follow, and then it, at the last minute, just decided, I don't feel like writing Jeanie and Fay a check today. I'm just going to do something weird, and that's what just happened with that red cow. So hopefully not a huge loss of time there, but if you're Jeanie, you're thinking, boy, that strange decision from that red steer just potentially cost us quite a bit. But she has a run still to think about, so maybe that thought hasn't even crossed her mind. But frick, heck of a team here. Even now, just you can't really imagine anything that you would do differently. And you got to give this dog and this handler a lot of credit for just moving these cattle through. Really, really nice. Love the strategy that they employed around the barrels. I think in this instance, Jeanie could have pushed on the heads of these cattle a little bit more to help nudge them into that pen. But now we're just looking for minor things that are easy to spot when you're not the one running. Just needs to get this pen now, get this sort. It's such a tricky course in the fact that, you get the fetch and you think, great, something that's gone wrong for a few other runs today. I just nailed it super clean. You get that second obstacle, which is the weave with the tight opening. You think, now we're cooking. You get the barrels relatively cleanly, and you think, oh, that's one of the toughest obstacles or toughest sets of obstacles on this course. I'm sitting good. And then this course has 2 or 3 more things to throw at you, and it all adds up that you almost can't. You almost need everything to go right, but also even if everything has gone right, you can't take your eye off the ball for a second. Usually you're used to a course with maybe 1 or 2 really tricky things to it, and once you get past those, you're kind of smooth sailing. This course has got something at every step that requires just a ton of concentration, and we're just waiting for one team to make the right decision 9 out of 9 times. But this has been a pretty freaking good run, even still. Jeanie may not beat her first time with it, or she might, but I think she'll be pretty close to being in her second spot for the moment. Either way, just need to get this last one out. Fay would really like to go and get those 2 at the back. Got her locked on this one now, and that'll be full points, and we'll see what the time is.
That was Jeanie Allen with Fay for a time of 7 minutes and a score of 240. Up next, we have Becky Combs with Kate. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gum with Pace. And in the hole, we have Kent Herbal with Sage.
Okay, here comes Becky Combs and Kate. Becky has won the Denver National Western Stock Show cattle dog trial in years past. Couldn't tell you exactly which years, but I know it's been recent. And here she comes with Kate. She's got 3 cattle, 2 black, 1 red baldy. She's going to send Kate on an away, but I think she's going to probably call her in a few times just to make sure that this run doesn't start with any fetch shenanigans. She's got 2 that are happy to be together, 1 that just wanted to kind of look around. I think she's going to need to watch the underside here. And now the top side. Oh, it's a killer. Kate is a beautiful flanking dog. She likes big, wide flanks. Unfortunately, this fetch, the way it's configured today, is punishing for big, wide flanks. Becky's a heck of a handler, though. If they can recover this, get these cattle back in and around the fetch, there won't be too much time lost. Kate loves to work her cattle nice and calm and confidently. She's got enough eye to control them, but not too much. Got to watch. Good job there. Good job. All right, so we're back through the fetch now. They can move on. Kate is just a super cool little dog. Can move with great speed, but is not afraid to push when she needs to, but can also settle in nicely on the drive. As you can see here, she's able to kind of push her cattle from behind, doesn't get flustered. They're sitting on okay time. Only a little bit of time lost on that fetch. If they can pick up some seconds in later obstacles where other folks lost, they'll be plenty competitive. Got a red baldy here on the left that thought about or is thinking about avoiding this obstacle. Nicely done there. Really cool little moment there from Kate to just catch that red one. There we go. Not too much time lost there. If they can get these barrels, could be cooking. You can kind of see with this red baldy, though. Every now and then it looks back to see where that dog is, to see if there's any room for shenanigans. So far, Kate and Becky have had the answer more times than not. This is the tricky turn, though. Big flank here is really costly. And again, one of the things that makes this dog really great is its ability to flank beautifully and flank wide when needed. But there are a few obstacles here today that if you give these cattle an opportunity, and I say that as someone who has my dog I'm running open also flanks wide. He's used to working in big fields on sheep. We got to find a way to avoid the wide flank that gives these tricky little clever calves lots of opportunity to run for the exhaust. Good news is Kate has no problem bringing them back, but it takes time. It is a long way. One of the biggest distances in this trial is from the exhaust back to these barrels. So it's definitely a trip you hope to avoid making more than once. But how do you avoid it? God only knows. I think so far I'm feeling like the strategy of doing what Becky just did there, which is flanking on the inside, might be the way to go. But you open the door one way or another, and Kate's going to do a big flank here. And you can just see these cattle totally take advantage of those beautiful wide flanks. It's almost a paradox that sometimes you need a wide flank, sometimes you need a tight one. Won't pretend I've figured out when you need them. But these cattle sure tell you, because they are clever. I don't know if they were worked by dogs prior to the day before this trial began, but they've certainly figured out real quick where they have opportunities to try and slip away or slip around obstacles or slip back to the exhaust. Now we need Kate and Becky just to bend these cattle around this obstacle in such a way that they don't avoid this broken fetch. This is looking good. Just need to watch the bottom side here. I think they're going to be just fine. You can see that black one at the back. Thought he saw an opening for a second, but Kate and Becky were ready. Now they're on to the final two obstacles, the load and the sort. And we've seen some really good runs get here and then have to spend 45 seconds, a minute or more trying to get into the pen. And so no matter how well you've been doing up to this point, you kind of have to find a way, and I won't pretend to always have it figured out, to just be sharp. There's always seems to be one that could just make your life so easy by following its friends, and then just makes one decision, and then all of a sudden you got this to fix. Those are heartbreakers. Everything was going pretty clean. Maybe a pen and a sort right in that moment gets you into first or gets you close to it, and now you got to watch and hope that even with another 45 seconds, maybe another minute, maybe 2 minutes, you can recover. This is a seasoned dog, though. You can tell she doesn't get flapped by much. Now Becky just needs to hold that front end. Handlers are allowed to walk wherever they need to once their dog gets through the second, or once their cattle get through the second fetch, or the second time through the fetch, and Becky's just 1 or 2 feet, it seems, at times until there. Perfect job there now. Just need to get her sort. No shortage on this dog of the ability to push these cattle out. Question's going to be, does Becky want 2 out the top or 1 out the top, and which one? She's got 1 volunteer. Looks like she's going to stand in front, block it, and I think, oh, nice little heel bite from Kate. You know what? 2 nice little heel bites that maybe saved her a few seconds. So that's a full point run from Becky and Kate, and we'll see what their time is.
That was Becky Combs with Kate for another time of 7 minutes and a score of 240. Up next, we have Sarah Jo Gum with Pace. On deck, we have Kent Herbal with Sage. And in the hole, we have Mike Thompson with Nip.
Okay, here comes Sarah Jo Gam with her dog Pace. Coming into today, they were in the 16th overall spot with 2 full-point runs and a combined time of 8:58. And they're going to see if they can pick up a win here from downtown. I think their cattle are on a really good line. And then, of course, the second I say that, they duck out the bottom of the fetch. It doesn't take much for these cattle to make a fool out of handler, dog, and announcer or commentator all at once. They're tricky, though. You think you know where they're headed, and almost the only way to be safe with these cattle is to assume they're going to try a sneaky little maneuver at the last minute every time. I think that might be the only way. And so now Sarah Jo and Pace have had 2 cracks at this fetch. They're going to have to give it a third. Pace has nice, beautiful wide flanks. Again, though, there are parts of this course, as we've talked about, that these cattle go, all right, well, that dog's doing a beautiful flank. I'm going to do a very nasty little thing here and just twist or bend my head ever so slightly to go around this obstacle. Costly, costly. Maybe someone's going to get a set that just makes the charitable choice every time, but I think the winner today is going to be the one who figures out each moment how to just manage the shady ideas of these cattle. Now, Sarah Jo and Pace are through that fetch. They need to bring these cattle up along that wall behind the pen and sort obstacle that they'll hopefully be back to in a moment once they get through the rest of the course. But now they need to bend these cattle into that weave. You can see the pink tape there, hopefully in the sun. On other days, it's been a tricky obstacle. It's been somewhat similar where that's been placed in other runs, but today everyone's kind of made short work of it, or relatively short work. Pace and Sarah Jo are hoping to just show these cattle all the wrong choices. Don't go that way. You can't go that way. Show them that the only right choice is to go through. And I think they've done exactly that. Nice job there from Pace just to hold that spot, leaned in, using his eye on those cattle. He knew that if he just held that spot, they would go where Sarah Jo wanted them. Just need to watch. Yeah, you got one little sucker here who could have gone the right way around the barrel, but then thought, no, why do anything? Why do anything for free? But if they can keep these suckers calm and bend them around this obstacle. Yeah, Sarah Jo's going to do the away inside flank. I think that's the right idea. Maybe a little bit too wide from Pace, honestly. He went all the way back behind Mom on this flank, but the cattle didn't take too much advantage of it. They kind of held out where they were. And now Sarah Jo just needs to bend on the inside of this green and blue barrel down here. Pace is going a little wide, though. It's not leading to catastrophe, though. I mean, it's going pretty good. Another tricky turn here, right around this barrel and straight back into the broken fetch. How do you manage it? You know your cattle want to go down the bottom end. Nice job. Oh, but just like that, though, you judge it so well to block that bottom end, just like Sarah Jo and Pace did, and then that steer goes, okay, well, I'll just go the other way then, and they purposely avoid going through the obstacle to go the other side. And frick, it's a game of inches to not only catch the first attempt at rebellion, but in fixing it or in stopping it opening the door for the other. And that's a really good example right there of a nice flank from Pace that was not rewarded by the cattle. They took some liberties on that flank. So how do you know when you need a tight flank? How do you know when you need a wide one? How do you communicate to the dog? How does the dog figure it out if you don't have time to communicate it? These are questions that might have no easy answers. They got to be sitting on a pretty decent time still. I think our lead times are still in the 5s. I actually missed Jeanie Allen's second time when they announced it here, so I'm not entirely sure, but I think she's potentially in first and second place so far with her Doodogs, or not. I'm not sure. Maybe folks at home will know. But now Sarah Jo and Pace are moving on to their final obstacle. Get these cattle into this pen. Sort them off. One out one direction, two out the other. Nice job there from Pace to shut down that one lone wanderer. Fortunately, it got shut down up there and decided, well, all right, then I'll go down and see about another direction. It's almost like they know they're supposed to go in that pen. And they're determined that if you're going to drag me out here to make me move off a dog for 5 to 8 minutes, then I'm going to make sure I don't go anywhere you want me to without you literally blocking every other possibility. But I think Sarah Jo is about to walk them in here now and just needs to get her sort. Luckily, that one adventurer there led the way for the second, her red cow. And now she just needs to get the baldy out the back, and Pace is going to give it a little encouragement, and that'll be a full point run. We'll see what the time is.
That was Sarah Jo Gum with pace for a time of 6:16 and a score of 2:40. Up next, we have Kent Herbal with Sage. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Nip. And in the hole, we have Jordan Markowski with Hendricks.
Okay, that was Sarah Jo. She ended up with a time in the low 6 range. I don't think that's first. I think that's decently up there, though. But plenty of runs to go. We're on run number 11 now. Here comes Kent Herbal with his dog Sage. We've already seen Kent out here with Dodge. Kent and Sage are coming into today. Where were they in the run order? Or, sorry, in the overall? Oh, they were 4th. Okay, so we've seen the 2nd, 3rd, and now the 4th place dogs overall run. We won't see the 1st place leading dog from the weekend until Chance and Sage run last. But Kent already kind of knows he's drawn a really tricky set. This is a high-headed, trotting red steer, I should say. And it just bulldozed its way. Probably the most defiant critter we've seen. And it has its heart set on an exhaust. And Sage did her best to stop it, even gave it a few nips. But it is not keen to play. And good dog there from Sage. This is a really, really hard draw. Now, they haven't been giving reruns for tricky cattle. They have for if they come out with, a limp or anything like that for the most part. But unfortunately for Kent and Sage, they're just going to have to make do. Maybe they've done enough work. Sage really did a nice job there shutting that red one down a little bit. Maybe they've done enough now to bring it on side for the rest of the run. That's certainly what you hope. It seems like it's more willing to stay with its friends. It seems like it's a little less trotty. It's dropped its head. Really nice work from Kent and Sage to take a bit of a tough draw right off the bat and bring some semblance of order back to the proceedings, but you have to wonder if that red one's just biding its time for another attempt at rebellion. So far, though, heck of a nice job from both dog and handler. They were done no favors by that red beast when it came out, but you got to give them full points, at least in the court of public opinion, on how they handled it. Fortunately, it's the court of time and points that's gonna decide if they get to be champions today, but hell of a nice job anyway so far. And what we're actually seeing now is one of the things that makes trialing in general, but trialing on these cattle in particular, difficult is they started off really trotty, high-headed, bulldozing their way to the exhaust, and now they've decided they're going to change up and get slow and tricky, and they can flip back and forth between the two at a moment's notice. And you can see that red one does not like being down at that end of the arena. She was okay for a little while, and now she's, look at her even just watch and see if maybe those two black ones are going to drag the dog far enough away and give her an opening. And she just attempted it. Kent and Sage were on her, though, luckily, but you could almost see her formulate that plan. When Sage went to go gather up those two black ones that were coming down this way, you could see that red one think just a little further. Just a little. All right, there's my opening. And to Sage and Kent's credit, I think they knew her scheme as well, and so they were ready to flank back and shut it down. And maybe, you hope, that red one has decided, okay, I'm dealing with some worthy adversaries here. But that red one slips around the bottom side of the blue barrel. This is again, she's not nasty. She's not unmanageable, but she's just challenging enough to make it really hard to win in a sudden death finals like this. And now the black ones that like to stay together are taking their turn to make Kent and Sage have to work. Again, I mean, it's hard. Watching this, you wouldn't think there's really anything that Sage and Kent haven't done extremely well. But they've got a tricky group here to deal with. Holy cow. There's not a handler here. I wouldn't think that would expect to do much better with a challenging group. It's a game of inches, a course that has this many twists and turns and has a strong draw. Even if you think you put your dog in just the right spot, they can still find a way to slip around you, or it's tricky. So working now on getting back around those barrels. It's a long push the second time, usually, even harder the third time to get them up and around that green barrel. Working, battling them up to that corner. Takes a lot of time to do it. You can have an almost perfect run everywhere else, and then if you have to battle up to that corner once or twice, you can just see how hard it is. Those cattle just lean on you. They resist. They wait for you to push them from behind, and then they try to take advantage of the opening that leaves in front. Kent's going to try that inside flank. I think he needs an away here now once they get through. He's going to go for the come by. I think it's risky. Yeah, you lose some ground there. Not too bad, though. It's not like they went all the way back to exhaust, but I think as weird as it sounds, I almost think you do the other way there and try to work with that draw. I don't know. I'm about to go up in about 1 or 2 runs, and I might just feel harder than anyone else at it. But Rick, the more I watch, the more I wonder, is the play depending on the set you get. Do this all with inside flanks. As weird as it feels, that draw is a major contender or a major player factor. Used to watch that these cattle don't do that. They slipped around the wrong side of the barrel, and that I think will be the straw that broke the camel's back on whether this run can make it as a placement run. Just a few too many opportunities lost. And we're just waiting for that one person who just has everything break the right way for them to take control. Right now, I think our winning time is still somewhere in the 5-minute range. I'll have to confirm it on my way to go get my dog to run. But I think it's still Jeanie Allen with 5 something. Maybe she's even second with her other dog. I'm not sure. And the thing about those runs is they were the best we've seen yet in terms of time and everything, but they left opportunity. Not saying that someone will beat them, but there's definitely opportunity. Just need someone to get
That is
the right
time.
set. And that is time for Kent.
That was
And
Kent
Sage.
Herbal with Sage for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 150. Up next, we have Mike Thompson with Nip. On deck, we have Jordan Markowski with Hendricks. And in the hole, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori.
All right, well, I'm going to pass off the mic for a little bit. I'm after the next run, which is going to be Mike Thompson and Nip. And we'll see if I have any more luck with my dog Hendricks. But hope you've enjoyed watching and listening. Keep watching, of course. Still have 8 more runs to go, and see if I can jump back or if someone else jumps on the mic to take us through the back end of this Open Finals. But enjoy the show.
That was Mike Thompson with Nip for a time of 6:33 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Jordan Markowski with Hendricks. On deck, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori. And in the hole, we have Becky Combs with Sadie. That was Jordan Markowski with Hendricks for a time of 4:44 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori. On deck, we have Becky Combs with Sadie. And in the hole, we have Mike Thompson with Dallas. We do have your results for your intermediate trials. Reserve champion, we have Travis Balcher with Slim. And for your champion, we have Brooklyn Madden with Laser. Congratulations. That was Michelle Castelline with Lori with a time of 6:42 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Becky Combs with Sadie. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Dallas. And in the hole, we have Tim Nas with Harvey. We're going to go ahead and do a rerun on Becky Combs with Sadie with a fresh set of cattle.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I was astounded.
it was okay, but I left something on the table for somebody to come in and clean up.
What do you mean?
I had that green barrel.
Yeah.
I missed it, so I had to redo it.
Yeah.
So if somebody can do everything else as clean, but then also not have that mistake,
Yeah.
they can win. Or if they can move a little bit faster. Well, I mean, my good friend Chance,
6 more, right?
there's 5 more, and sorry. Oh, am I talking? All right, one sec. I'll turn this off and I'll continue this conversation.
That is time. That was Becky Combs with Sadie for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 60. Up next, we have Mike Thompson with Dallas. On deck, we have Tim Noss with Harvey. And in the hole, we have Jeff Mundorf with Fergie.
All right. Sorry for the extended silence there. I'm back. We're here now on run number 16. Mike Thompson with his good dog Dallas. Really enjoy spending time with Mike. He's a hell of a handler. He's someone you don't want to sleep on at any point. And he's running Dallas. This is the second time we've seen Mike in this open class. Dallas is coming in the 8th spot with a combined time of 7:18 over 2 full-point runs. And his other dog that we already saw nip was in the 7th spot. So Mike is consistent, good hand, calm handler. And he tells a great story, too. If you ever get a chance to have dinner with Mike, we had dinner with Mike yesterday. And, man, the stories he tells, they're pretty good. His set's coming out now, 2 black, 1 red. These are some bigger, relatively bigger cattle than we've seen. And Mike's just got to watch here the bottom side of this obstacle. I think he's kind of figured out here that these suckers are leaning that way. He did a really nice job, though, of stopping his dog and flanking it. And I think he's going to get this fetch easy as you like here. Look at that. That back steer was even thinking about maybe slipping the wrong way, and Mike caught it. Now, Mike just needs to be a time of 4:40 something, I think, to take the lead here. And if anyone can do it, it's him. And he's got a nice set here. They're moving together. They're willing to stay together. And they've got some momentum behind them. And this dog's just really, really cool, really controlled. Mike's extremely soft-spoken in his handling. You won't hear him get flapped and flustered. He'll remain calm. And with these cattle, that's kind of exactly what you want. And he's going to put them right into obstacle 2, easy as you like. No question about it. He's got them in there now. And so far, he's just got a really good set, and he's handling them just really nice. They're not fighting him at all. Just got to watch this green barrel. This is where things can sometimes get tricky. But again, he's got such good control, such good timing. Look at that, just going to bend him around that barrel. Perfect. Good, and I love how he did the inside flank. I think that really is the play. Just needs to make sure that they don't sneak. Oh, hell of a job, Mike. Now they are running to the exhaust, but nothing major. He's got more than enough push on this dog, more than enough control. And I think, Rick, he's working on a winning run here. Just perfect control of this dog. Nice group of cattle. Keeping them super calm. Always in the right spot. And he says there, and this dog just snaps right into place. A little blow up there, nothing major. They'd have run back to exhaust. He's going to have to just pick them out of here a little bit. But this dog has more than enough authority to clean this up in a hurry. And that's just a small bobble. There's not much here you wouldn't be happy with. And you can see Mike's working those inside flanks. I think that really is what is helping people with this course. All right, one more time around the fetch. But things haven't gone crazy yet. These cattle are starting to get a little trotty, but they're not being too bad. But once you get into kind of this spiral, it is hard to come out of it. But still sitting on real good time. They made short work of most of the rest of this course. So they're not out of it. Just need to get this second fetch, move on to the sort. And the good thing about how under control this dog is, but also how strong it is that he can make up time. And they have. And now he just needs to get his sort. Probably still sitting on a winning run here. Oh yeah, they're sitting good. This could be the winning run right here. It's not been much time lost at all. Look at that. Yeah! That could be a winner. We'll see.
That was Mike Thompson with Dallas with a score of 240 and a time of 421. Up next, we have Tim Noss with Harvey. On deck, we have Jeff Mundorf with Fergie. And in the hole, we have Dwayne Packard with J.R. Yeti.
And there you have it, folks. That is now Mike Thompson with Dallas moving into the first place spot with a 420. Heck of a frickin' run. And just a really great example of he had the right control on his dog, right speed, right push. Hell of a job. And I loved how he was using those inside flanks to just manage that draw. But there's still plenty of potential winners to come. We got Tim Noss up here now with Harvey. He's going to try and see if he can take that top spot from Mike. He's got two red coming out with a little bit of fire in their bellies. He sent Harvey on a big wide out run. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Just trying to get these cattle settled down, back together. Get them through this fetch. There you go. That should do it. Not too much time lost there. Still possible for him to win here. There we go. Looking pretty good. Need to just ease them now into the second obstacle. I think this red one at the front is looking for the opening, hopefully. Well, see if we can just, there you go, nice. You got two in. Just get that last one to fall through. Make sure she doesn't sneak out this, oh, good job. Tim is pushing too. He's moving. He's trying to win here. And he's not, one thing he's doing that might be really good, we'll see, is he's not giving these cattle too much time to come up with schemes. The question is, that requires them, both him and Harvey, to be almost perfect with where they're placed. So far, Harvey's had the answers. Tim is no freaking slouch here. He could, if he can keep them moving and somewhat make up time with speed, he might just unseat Mike here. We'll see if he's going to adopt the inside flank strategy on this obstacle. We're now watching a lot of handlers who have watched 16, 17 different runs. And so I think the word might be out that inside flanks are the way to play those barrels. A luxury that maybe the first few runners, first few teams didn't have. Unfortunately, he did use a strategy, but things got a little out of hand. And we're losing a bit of time now coming back to the exhaust here. Going to be just really important to regather everything, settle it down. This dog has a lot of push, and that might have saved them enough time elsewhere in the course that if they can just polish off the rest here, they might just be okay. Just needs to get in on him there. This is starting to get a little dicey though now. He's got one red that he is a little bit disgruntled. That steer at the far end there is not as happy about being pushed on. And that's the gamble that everyone kind of is running right now. It's how hard do you push without getting your cattle to start doing stuff like this. But Tim and Harvey, frick, they're working hard just to settle things back down. And he went with an outside flank here. I think that's risky on that obstacle. I think you do want to you want to probably go with the inside flank there, play it safe, get in the eye of your cattle, stop them, and then roll them into that obstacle. It's a big risk to try and do it from the outside flank edge. But I think at this point, Tim might be thinking, I need a miracle here to pull out. But this is a team that can win and could win. Just now the pressure's on. Mike's put people in a tough spot with his 420 run. Everyone who comes from now on to the post knows that they don't have to be perfect, but they got to be near perfect if they want to win. And so I think we're going to see a little more risk taking like we saw here. And if someone makes an early mistake, they're probably going to push even harder, knowing they have to make up for it if they want to take Mike off that top spot. Fortunately, eating up more and more time, trying to get this second fetch. Don't think it'll be enough. At this point, you're hoping to, finish in the top 5 or something along those lines. I'm not sure where they're sitting on time, but I think first and second and maybe third and fourth are out of reach. Now, this is a heck of a team, though. All the teams we've seen today are quality dogs, quality handlers, and it all comes down to one run on tricky cattle on a tricky course with lots to it. The only question is it your day or is it someone else's? But any team that's run so far and is yet to run can win on a day like this. And I think he wants to send on it away here, catch these cattle. Gonna have to worry about these two at the back here. I think they're probably gonna hopefully follow their friend in through. And there we go. Tim now can move on to his sort and his pen. Not in that order, obviously. Again, time is ticking down. Just needs to load them in here. There you go. Awesome. One out one way, one out, two out the other. Or 1 and 1 and 1. Order doesn't matter. Combination doesn't matter. Which direction the two go out doesn't matter. You just need something just like that. And that'll be a full point run for Tim, and we'll see what the time is. My guess is maybe in the 6-7 minute range, but I'm not sure.
That was Tim Noss with Harvey for a time of 7 minutes and a score of 240. Up next, we have Jeff Mundorf with Fergie. On deck, we have Dwayne Packard with J.R. Yeti. And to round out our open finals, we will have Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage.
All right, here comes a man we've seen before today, Jeff Mundorf with his dog Fergie. They are coming in. They were in the 13th spot, Fergie and Jeff, with a combined time of 8:18, 2 full point runs. But they can move up from 18th to first overall and take the championship. They just need a time of 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Not easy to do, but possible, certainly for this handler, certainly for this dog. Will the cattle gods favor them? We'll see. Fergie has the benefit of a slightly heavier set coming out of the gate than we've seen. And this set actually allowed Fergie to get all the way back behind her cattle. The first kind of full outrun we've had the opportunity to see. He's got a good line on his cattle. I think he's just got to watch the bottom edge here. I think he's going to be okay. This is a set that is not as trotty to that exhaust as we've seen, and maybe that's going to set Jeff and Fergie up for a win here. Definitely made nice work of that fetch. This set looks pretty good, pretty happy to hang out together. Pretty happy to trot when asked, just like we're seeing here. Heck of a job now. This could be a winning run. If you're Mike, Mike's a really good sport, so probably not Mike, but if you're someone like Mike, you might be thinking, uh-oh, am I in danger of losing my grasp on first place here? Well, with the way Jeff and Fergie have started this run, that could be true. Just nice, clean work. All right, a little bit of resistance from that red heifer. Oh, no, it's a red steer at the entrance to that obstacle, but nothing major. Just second or two off. Calm set. This is a set that could very well take first place. Fergie and Jeff just stay on top of them. Shut down any early signs of rebellion. Just need to get around the top end of that green barrel. Fergie's doing a really good job keeping these cattle calm. They're not necessarily going anywhere in a hurry. Oh, a little bit of an attempt there from that red one to avoid going, but Fergie and Jeff caught it. Now here's the question. Jeff's also going to go for that inside flank. And he pulls it off. That is, almost had it. Oh, Fergie got run over a little bit there. There we go, awesome. Yeah, Fergie got run over a little bit there, but nothing too major, not too much time lost. Jeff and Fergie are still cruising. Temporary delay. Just a matter of can they fix this up. They just need to do the bottom half of the barrels here, and they've moved fast enough that even with that little detour, they might still be sitting in a good spot for a full point run here. There is some doubt, though, that has crept into these three cattle. And these cattle, once they get in a rebellious move, can be tricky. The good thing with this dog especially is she's so controlled, but she has the ability to shut down even pushy cattle. So occasionally we've seen now in this run, these cattle try to race her to the exhaust. They're not as compliant as they were at the start. But still might be able to get a leading score here. Time is starting to become a factor, though. So the judge has told him that he's crossed a line with these cattle. So he has to go around. And now we think he's clear. So just needs to bring them back through the green and the blue. I think he might be out of contention now for first, but still can be high in the placings. Anyone who finishes, I'd say, in the top 5 on a day like today with the competition that's here, with the course that's on the ground, and with the cattle that are in the chutes, can be pretty darn proud. Well, anyone really can be proud today just to be in the finals, but I do think probably Mike's lead in first is safe for the moment. And there's 1 or 2 more tricks left in this course. that tight turn into that second broken fetch visit among them. And now I would say we're playing to complete. Should be plenty of time left to complete. Just working on getting these cattle. I don't know if the away will be enough here. It's not. That steer saw an opening. It took it. Need to regather now. Need to collect. Get these cattle back and try that second fetch again. And it just goes to show you do pretty well on those barrels. You do pretty well in the first few obstacles of this course. You think you're on the way to cruising to a really competitive time, and there's not an obstacle in this course today that can't ruin everything. There's not an easy obstacle on the course today. In fact, if anything, the weave at the far end, which has been a trickier one in earlier runs this weekend, has proved to be maybe the most straightforward for everyone so far in this class. And new obstacles have arisen to take over for throwing wrenches in well-laid plans. Now Jeff just needs to bend his cattle into there. He's got one in. He needs to watch that one, though. He can't get caught up on the two he's got, and he's going to, and I've been there. I know that feeling. Been there this weekend, I think. And that is a killer. You got one in, and you think, okay, I'll work on these other two, and while you're fussing with them, and this might happen again right here. Yeah. And Jeff's going to call his run. Not because his dog wasn't doing good, but he knows at this point it's run number 18. You're going to need a full point run, sub 5.5 minutes to kind of be in the placings probably. So, in the interest of the cattle, he's called it. Good stockmanship, good sportsmanship. And like I said, that's a dog, that's a team that could win. We could run this whole thing back in about half an hour, and maybe that's the team that comes out on top. But one run only today, sudden death final. Not Fergie's day.
That was Jeff Mundorf with Fergie for a score of 200 and a time of 8 minutes. Up next, we have Dwayne Packard with J.R. Yeti. And to round out our open finals, we will have Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage.
All right, our second to last run in the open finals. Here we go. It's Dwayne Packard with his dog J.R. Yeti, also known as Jed. Dwayne's wife, Dottie, is the judge today. They are longtime contributors and supporters and volunteers and board members, almost anything you can think of in the cattle dog world in North America, most specifically with the National Cattle Dog Association. Names that have given a lot over the years to helping put on events and helping the sport grow. So always nice to see them at a trial. And Dwayne is called for his cattle. He's got two black steers and one red one. He's hoping as they come out that maybe they have a little bit of move to them, but not too much, and that they like to be together. Not always the case. Sometimes you don't get three amigos. You get three mortal enemies, it seems. But this group looks not too fast. They do seem to want to kind of stay somewhat close together. They're thoughtful. They've seen his dog from a long way off, and they've stopped. So Dwayne's going to try for a big outrun here, maybe get a little bit of speed. I think he's going to have to worry about the top side of this obstacle, though. Now the bottom. And he's going to lose one of his reds. Going to be hard to come back from this. I know it seems really fast, but to beat Mike Thompson's score, and his time of 4:20, you don't want to see your cattle split up this early in the run. So it's going to be a test now to see if Dwayne and Yeti can, JR Yeti, I should say, can pull this one out. They were coming into today in the, just checking now to see where they were. They were in the 18th spot coming into today. And he's going to try an unconventional approach to this fetch. He's might be able to pull it off if he can get Yeti in on this flank. No, a little too wide. The red one slipped out the outside edge. And unfortunately, that will probably sink this team's shot at first place. Fourth or fifth or maybe even third, not out of the question yet, but I think beating a 4:20, or I think second place is around 4:40 something. The only 2 runs we have in the 4s is going to require pretty darn perfect run. And nice little job there from Yeti to catch that red one. Unfortunately, these cattle are really working both ends of this obstacle. If they get blocked on one side, they can get around to the going the other wrong way almost before any dog can catch them. And they're getting pretty used to this maneuver. There we go. I think he's going to get it there. That's their first obstacle now. They get 30 points for that. They'll get another 30 for passing into that handler's box where the blue barrel lines up with the judge stands. And who knows, maybe Dwayne and Yeti are about to fly through the rest of this course and catch right up, but they got a battle ahead of them. Spent more time than you'd like. Got 1 red into the second or this third obstacle. Can he get the 2 blacks to follow? Almost lost his red. He needs to do a little bit of a look back away here. See if he can convince this black one. Oh, not quite. Not quite. It's going to join on the opposite end now. And pretty much at this point, I think it's safe to say first and second are out of the picture. Kind of a real cool looking dog, though. Nice big coat. I think Dwayne and Dottie come from Wyoming, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have my sheet that tells me where everyone's from. But I'm sure this dog is a heck of a good coat to get through Wyoming weather. And real cool looking dog. Works nice. Lots of power. Lots of presence. No trouble moving these cattle. Just having a little trouble now getting them into obstacle number 3. And they are not making it easy. I will say these cattle are resisting arrest, or certainly resisting obstacle entrances anyway. And it's one of the things that makes this course really tricky. I was chatting with a few other open handlers here in the finals before and after my run, and one thing that I think a few people were saying is it's a tricky course because you need to move them, but a lot of these obstacles are finesse obstacles, and you've got that strong draw to think about, and then you've got the fact that a lot of these cattle are real good at just bending their head ever so slightly around the edge of an obstacle instead of going into it. And all those factors mean that you need push, but you need rate. You need flanks, but they need to be tight sometimes and they need to be wide other times. You need a great stop. You need enough power to keep them off that back wall if they make a run for exhaust, but you got to do so in such a way that they don't split on you and start kind of running around frantic. You need a lot to win a trial like this. And unfortunately, it will not be J.R. Yeti who takes the top prize today. No doubt the work is still good. After this run, we're going to have our final run, Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage. Really cool dog. I've actually had the pleasure of working that dog before, and it is hell of a female. He's done a really nice job with her. She's a big part of his breeding program. And Chance and Sage come into the final run of the Open Finals with the best combined score and time of the trial. They were first overall. It's not why they get to run last today. We weren't doing any kind of ranked seating for run order based on where you came. It just happened to work out that Chance is running last, but I can assure you he'll be looking to take the crown from Mike if he can, and he knows he needs a 4-minute and 20-second run to do it. Wrapping into the final few minutes here of Dwayne and Jarrietti's run. Working on those barrels. Long way, though, to get back to them. These cattle have started to decide that they need to look for an exit. They will not be given a 5-star review to the National Western Stock Show for their time here. But they have not been chewed on. They've not been mistreated. They've just been just been worked by dogs for the last 3 days. And sure beats a trip to the butcher, I would imagine, for them. These are just younger calves, but they're savvy, as you all probably can tell. They move off dogs pretty nice, but they also know when there's holes. And when even experienced handlers think they've got them pointed right where they want them, and at the last minute they go, surprise. But yeah, we're probably getting right up on the 8-minute mark. Got them back up to the green barrel. Needs to bend them around. This is one of the hardest turns in the whole course. Need a big away here. But also have to watch that draw. Jarrietti resisted
That
that
is
away.
time.
You get that last one? You get number 4?
No.
No, number 4.
That was Dwayne Packard with J.R. Yeti with a time of 8 minutes and a score of 90. To round out our open final trials, we will have Chance Horse v. Sage.
All right, last but certainly not least, Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage. Really cool dog. I'm a fan. And they came in to today with a sizzling combined time of 5 minutes and 10 seconds over 2 full-point runs. Being a clean slate, though, they need to beat a 4-minute and 20-second run here to unseat Mike Thompson and take the grand prize. Their set of cattle, they got 2 black ones, 1 red. They look like they, so far, like to stick together. They're not too trotty. Uh-oh. We got a runner. Can Sage catch her in time? Good job from Sage to stop that steer before it got all the way up to exhaust. Just needs to put it back now. This is a team that, even if there's a little bobble at the start, they've got the power and control to fix things up. Unfortunately, it looks like this black steer took its opportunity to run to the exhaust and now has upset itself. And the question is, can they settle it down with its friends? Good job. Nice and calm. Still an opportunity to win this thing. Puts them really nice into the fetch. Minor time loss, that's it. And like you can see, Sage has no shortage of push. So if they can keep these cattle together, still pull this out. A little bit of a flighty set, and they're sneaky, right? Because these cattle start off calm, and then suddenly, with very little warning, they can get into a run. Good job there from Sage and Chance just to settle them down, get them back together, and make up some time in these sections between obstacles. Sage is used to long days on tough stock, but she can also bring the precision you need, which is what got them through 2 very, very fast runs. Second both days and both open qualifiers. Just need to convince these cattle to do as they're told. They're starting to really turn and look at the dog. They know better than to try and challenge her, I think, but every time they stop to check out the dog, it's an opportunity for time to tick by a little bit. One of them even just tried to kick there when the dog was not doing anything wrong. Good little bite there from Sage. Just letting them know, hey, if you keep looking at me, there's going to be some consequences, because I'm trying to be nice to you. And this is a tricky obstacle, as we know. That turn around the green barrel. Nice job from Sage. Shuts down the fake to the left from that black steer, and then the fake to the right. You can just see these cattle, though. They can tell how much power this dog has. Now just need to find a way. Chance is going to go for the outside flank. Switches it to the inside. A little bit of an altercation there. These black steers have been very testy in this run. This has not been an easy set to work with. Just speaks to the dog that able to bring them back, settle them down again. There you go. Heck yeah. Good job. Now needs to bend them into this second trip through the broken fetch. He has to watch the bottom side, though. These frickin' little black steers, they have no compunctions about doing exactly that. Working hard. Sage has got a ton of heart, this dog. Just loves her dad to pieces, and you can see it in the way she works. She does not leave anything on the table. There we go. Going to get them back through this broken fetch. Now just heading to the pen. Oh, actually, it looks like the judge has let him know he's not clear. He's going to have to push these cattle back through, daylight them for a moment. And now send them back through. Hopefully with this a nice away here, they don't slip out the bottom. Good job. Really nice. Dog has a really good walk up. Good job. You can just bend them right into the pen. One thing that's also cool about Sage is she can do tight flanks when you need it, and that was a great example of where a tight flank was needed. There we go. Just needs to get this last one out. There you go. That'll be a full point run. Well, that'll do it for our open finals. We are now going to move on in a little bit to the nursery.
All right, I'd like to announce the winners of the 2025 National Western Stock Dog Cattle Dog Trial. Our finals today. And I got to move over it. This is killing me. Ah, good. Perfect. Couldn't be better. In fifth place, with his dog Dodge, is Kent Herbal. In fourth place, with her dog Jock, is Jeanie Allen. Third place, with his dog KJB Sage, Chance Horrocks. And our reserve champion for 2025 in second place is Jordan Markowski and his dog Hendrix. And our National Western Stock Dog Cattle Dog champion is Mike Thompson and Dallas.
Other than Dottie, I think we're good to keep rolling once you get the course change.
Hello, we're going to try to have our nursery handlers meeting at 2:15, which is in about 10 minutes.
That was Jan Wagner with Zing for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 110. Up next, we have Jeff Mundorf with Mick. On deck, we have Bob Wagner with Speck. And in the hole, we have Mike Thompson with Jet. That was Jeff Mundorf with Mick for a time of 3:39 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Bob Wagner with Speck. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Jet. And in the hole, we have Sarah Joe Gum with Carrie. That is time. $350, $80, $110. That was Bob Wagner with Speck for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 110. Up next is Mike Thompson with Jet. On deck is Sarah Joe Gum with Carrie, and in the hole is Jeff Myers with Jean. That is time. That was Mike Thompson with Jet for a score of 55 and a time of 8 minutes. Up next is Sarah Joe Gum with Carrie. On deck is Jeff Myers with Jean. And in the hole is Tim Noss with Louie. That was Sarah Joe Gum with Carrie for a time of 4:17 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Jeff Myers with Jean. On deck, we have Tim Noss with Louie. And in the hole, we have Jordan Markowski with Leonard. That is time. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 200. That was Jeff Myers with Gene for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 200. Up next is Tim Noss with Louie. On deck is Jordan Markowski with Lennon. And in the hole is Brooklyn Madden with Radar. That was Tim Noss with Louie for a time of 4:47 and a score of 2:40. Up next, we have Jordan Markowski with Lennon. On deck, we have Brooklyn Madden with Radar. And in the hole, we have Mike Thompson with Sue. That was Jordan Markowski with Lennon with a time of 7:13 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Brooklyn Madden with Radar. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Sue. And in the hole, we have Jan Wagner with Zinny. That was Brooklyn Madden with Radar with a time of 4:54 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Mike Thompson with Sue. On deck, we have Jan Wagner with Zinny. And in the hole, we have Jeanie Allen with Jock. That is time. That was Mike Thompson with Sue for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 90. Up next, we have Jan Wagner with Zinny. On deck, we have Jeanie Allen with Jock. And in the hole, we have Walker Mundorf with Ray.
that's fine. Give him, yeah. If you remember it that clearly, that's fine. I
He's
just
the
don't
only
want to
one.
penalize anybody
No, no,
else.
no.
That was Jan Wagner with Zinny for a score of 240 and a time of 7:15. Up next, we have Jeanie Allen with Jock. On deck, we have Walker Mundorf with Ray. And in the hole, we have Ronda Pletcher with Newt. That was Jeanie Allen with Jock for a time of 3:46 and a score of 2:40. Up next, we have Walker Mundorf with Ray. On deck, we have Ronda Pletcher with Newt. And in the hole, we have Brooklyn Madden with Locke. That is time. That was Walker Mundorf with Ray for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 180. Up next, we have Ronda Pletcher with Newt. On deck, we have Brooklyn Madden with Locke. And in the hole, we have Becky Combs with Boone. That was Ronda Pletcher with Newt for a score of 2-10 in a time of 8 minutes. Up next, we have Brooklyn Madden with Locke. On deck, we have Becky Combs with Boone. And in the hole, we have Dwayne Packard with 57 Sloan. time. That was Brooklyn Madden with Locke with a time of 8 minutes and a score of 120. Up next, we have Becky Combs with Boone. On deck, we have Dwayne Packard with 57 Sloan. And to round out our nursery trials will be Travis Balch with Chicky. Time. That was Becky Combs with Boone for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 120.
Dwayne's not here, so go. No, there he is.
Up next, we have Dwayne Packard with 57 Sloan. And to round out our nursery trials, we will have Travis Balch with Chicky. That was Dwayne Packard with 57 Sloan for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 50. To round out our trials, we will have Travis Balch with Chicky. And that concludes our nursery trials with Travis Balch and Chicky.